Welcome, misfits, to this episode of our Skeptic Bible Study. A census for war. Gotta get all those numbers. No, and you too. Tonight, God commands Moses.
One God. Three gods in one God.
Oh, we're gonna have to take a God census. You know, are you gonna say one or three?
I mean, both.
Come on.
And neither at the same time.
God, everyone's got to be difficult.
It's complicated. Listen, I didn't make you guys. I made you guys to worship me, not to understand me. Get on your knees and tell me how great I
am. Forever and ever. And always a shout out for Loki for all time. In what I'm sure is going to be heart-pounding action filled with wisdom.
Yep. Just like James merging onto the highway. Heart-pounding action.
That's right. Because tonight, God commands Moses to take census of the men who are able-bodied to go to war, as James W. and myself, A.B. Newman, swing into the book of Numbers. Woohoo!
You know, Leviticus was so amazing, but I think that bar has been set so high, it's going to be hard to reach it, but I'm feeling good right now. I think we're going to get there.
I think that bar was used to kill a bunch of gays, but that's okay. That's
the best thing to do with it. That's the best thing to do with a bar, right?
That's right, folks. I have high hopes as we move into Numbers, the fourth book of the Bible. I want to thank everyone out there on the intertubes. Holy moly, how did they make it fit? If you're feeling fancy,
you tell us how you make it fit.
Oh my God, it must be a miracle, James. That must be how the internet gets to us through the tubes. We should
finally some evidence of praise is God.
Exactly. Praise the Xfinity overlords and Borg Hive masters. Anyway, I want to thank everyone out there. If you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. And set that bell icon to all so you can join us at our live streams or see our premieres. Woohoo! Come on in. Hello, everyone out there in
Water's
chat.
Fine.
The water is fine. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Gilbert to explain what we're about to read.
Some of you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are a tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
Thank you, Gilbert.
Thanks, Gilbert. That's right. You can find our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman. Oh, yeah.
Inner Circle Atheist.
That's right. You could become an Inner Circle Atheist, which helps us make even more content, including awesome Patreons like... I'm going to say Loki's brother because Loki's just on my mind, but I will say, in my heart, Fat Thor. But also, K.O. Champ! And also when he's Sexy Thor. We'll take Sexy Thor too.
Dad bod Thor.
Yeah, exactly. But also, Oz from the Atheist Roundtable and Networking Group.
Great for making scrambled eggs.
That's right. And often we are cooking with Yahweh on this show, which is very, very odd. You would think for a god. You would say, are there really actual cooking segments within the Bible? Yes. Yes, there is.
Up behind you, Amy. You're going to be interrupted.
Uh-oh.
The other one.
Sentient beings.
Yeah.
It's okay. Moonlight wants to look outside. It's like their television. There you go, baby. Okay. And...
It'd be funny to have
Gordon
Ramsay come into God's kitchen and just tell him to fuck off. And
that would be funny. Just like having
Gordon Ramsay
God cooking and then Gordon Ramsay, going back and forth.
Ripping him.
Oh, the bands.
Apart, like Simon Cowell.
But also, that would also be a good mix.
Yeah.
At that point, you would have to have both of them.
Ripping everything apart, yeah.
Though at that point, you would have God be doing many things. I think like a triathlon. Maybe he is in Luca. We're bringing it all back around to Pixar
I can just
movies.
imagine Gordon Ramsay being like, "No bacon, fuck off, get the fuck out, no bacon, fuck
bacon.
off, get the fuck out of here with that shit, God."
But it's kosher. It's kosher. Kosher. No bread. The bread can't rise. You can't make a single bread that rises. Come on.
Fuck off, God.
But also, don't forget the better event. Tickets on sale now. Speaking of networking group for October, because we are bringing atheists together and sending love. Woohoo!
This September.
But also, Ian Davenport.
Ian.
Woohoo! Sending Hardian.
He's a dedicated Hardian.
My mostly accurate heart with all of the arteries, just missing one, but that's because I was in an action sequence. Woohoo!
Kill Bill?
But, yes. I love Kill Bill. It's a good movie. Wait, here we go.
There you go.
Okay. I think I would lose, though. That's okay. I'm very good at losing. Very good at losing.
I mean, God will resurrect you, so don't worry about it. God will resurrect you.
That's right. You just got to pray hard enough before battle. That'll do it. It's okay. But
you mean I have to sit here with my hands up like this the entire fucking battle And if I lower them like that, you're going to get your ass kicked?
Yo, what was that? How is that? I was going to say science, but I already know the answer. It's not science. But how is that not magic? It's
God just said, you know what would be good? You know what would be good, Moses? If you hold your hands in a really, really uncomfortable position for a long time, then that will allow me to intervene in the battle because you won't be comfortable. You'll be sitting there, the blood will drain from your fingers. You'll probably, lose feeling, but whatever. It'll be good.
I've been there. It happens. Yeah, and once again, if you think this is just an atheist fedora moment, no, because I didn't read this in Hebrew school. I don't know if you read this in Sunday school, James, but
I'm sure
God said to Moses, go out there and you will have a battle to where your hand will be raised and you shall win. But for every moment that your hand is lowered, you will begin to lose. And so literally, not metaphorically, literally.
People holding his hands up.
Holding his hands up, battle, they're winning, hand goes down, they start to lose.
I mean, I'm sure that's on the lesson plan at West Point. If only Napoleon knew about that. If only Napoleon knew about that, we'd probably be all speaking French right now.
Exactly. I should have taken. I should have taken French and Spanish in high school. I eventually want to learn that again, but burgers. We unfortunately suffer so much from almost speaking English. I almost get there. Almost,
yeah, 90%.
90% of the time. On good days. But also, we are sending love, even though we like to think that we challenge the norms here. We like to think of ourselves as breaking out, and YouTube, you can't hold us back. You
outside the box.
Oh, okay. It's just Grumpy. Okay. Grumpy. Us, you bug up. Oh, God damn you, YouTube censors. Oh, you're not going to censor that, huh? Oh, okay. I see how it is.
I mean, they probably already took the stream offline. It probably just has Yeah, we're probably offline.
There goes my sponsors for Sherry's Berries. But moving right along, love you so much, and Diana Smith, 3 princesses in 1. And a cute purse. It looks fashionable.
No money in there, just like 6 dildos in there.
No. There would never be money in there. Of course, if people tithed. Okay.
If people just tithed right, Creflo Dollar would have another Rolls Royce in his driveway, but y'all stealing from him.
But only
Bob Larson would have that.
Level.
Bob Larson also would have that second mansion. Maybe a nice little chateau for God, so he can do exorcisms.
For God. That's right. Very fancy suit.
Exercise the money out of your wallet. Now it's gone.
Now remember, James, the more you give to the prosperity gospel, the more you give back. Kind of think about
in heaven, yeah.
In heaven.
You have to make, God wants you to make a leap of faith. That's where you give more money than you can afford to give, because you just know that God will make everything okay. So you've got that rent money. You can either pay rent with it, you could pay your car payment, whatever, if you need a car to get to work, or you could give that money to the church or a prosperity preacher, and then God will somehow make it so that your bills get paid. He would never allow you to be evicted or have your car repoed or anything like that. God's not going to let that happen.
And you know the great thing is that if it doesn't come back to you in this life, James.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Right back up there. Right back up there with the big G, man.
So much better. So much better. A bigger reward in heaven, because the least on earth is going to be the first in heaven. So, yeah. If you do get evicted on earth, just think about that reward you're going to get in heaven. You might get like a chateau near Smoky Saint, very exclusive real estate up in heaven.
That's right. All you have to do, no matter what, all you got to do is just say, "Thank you, Jeeves. I come to you. I come on you," or something similar to that. And all sins are gone. All sins are free. You just got to mean it. Okay, James?
You got to mean it. And if you have a cup of water around you,
strong man.
You have a cup of water around you, then you pour that water over your head. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I never understood the baptism thing. I never understood. That is another one that comes from the Jews, right? That unfortunately comes from my ancestors. I
think it was a mystic practice, kind of. It's not. I don't think it's anywhere in the Old Testament. I think it was just something.
It isn't good because I remember there's John the Baptist. Yeah, so they don't do.
I don't think it. I think it was just something he started to do.
I don't know why.
A symbolic washing of your sins away. But, I mean, it became for Christianity what circumcision was to the Jews. And giving a kid a little sprinkle over their head is less damaging than mutilating their body. So, from that perspective, it's better.
What about dunking yourself underwater does anything? Like
it's a symbolic act of faith.
It just goes to show you that ritual. It's just the power of ritual, of being with people, of just having your brain state. Like I try and run it through my brain states, which is it must be. Is it cold? It must be like the sensation or something. So you just feel something. You go ooh.
I mean, there's something about like ceremony, ritual, things like that, like graduating from high school or college. It's something about that our mind just kind of associates and understands it on a level. I mean,
when I see it in like traumatizations, they make it very beautiful. They do all this stuff with it. They make all this, the people are in robes and the water always looks gorgeous, which I have a feeling that's not normally how it is. And even when they get dunked, they come out and the makeup is still beautiful. And it is just it is interesting. The passages that we do, the rituals that we do to pass on these stories. When were you baptized?
I was, yeah. I was actually baptized twice because
baptized twice.
I went to a Lutheran church when I was younger and they baptized me there. But then they started going to a Baptist church, and the Baptists don't believe that you shouldn't baptize a child in the Baptist theology until the child's old enough to be able to understand the gospel and affirmatively believe in it. Whereas like the Catholics, the Lutherans, probably the Presbyterians too, they believe it's a symbolic act of faith for the parents.
That's where you get the water gun pictures from, because they're like, nope, get that kid, water.
Basically, but if you read like Catholic stories, because the Catholic Church used to be very hard on like if you believe in God but you are not baptized and you die, you will go to hell. So that's what they always taught, that baptism was absolutely necessary. So there's like reports like hundreds of years ago of like in the middle of the jungle and they find somebody about to die and he wants to convert, and then a spring of water would just like shoot up out of the ground out of nowhere, so that they
hit them in the face.
So that they could then take a container and sprinkle his head with it, so that the guy who was about to die would then not have to go to hell. And if the water didn't come up, I guess God decided, I'd really rather have you burn forever. Thanks.
And I know these are really serious subjects that I probably shouldn't be making fun of, and I know they are, but I can't help myself. Even from the earliest days, when the rabbis were doing the sacred prayers and going like this, I just can't help myself going like this. I am a natural heathen, a natural blasphemer. I was just thinking about this the other day. I cannot think of apostate negatively. Like
a prostate?
A prostate, yes. Well, a prostate exam, yes. Well, I just think that to a believer, that word apostate must have such a negative thing, but I've just grown up so much, because I wasn't raised a heathen. I was raised the Abrahamic faith. But it's just, I lost my... It just seems so strange to me.
Yeah, and the way where you were raised, it wasn't like a fundamentalist. It was, you went to a conservative synagogue, so it wasn't like super orthodox or whatnot. But then the fundamentalists, they tend to take everything and amplify it to 1,000 times.
And that is the interesting dichotomy, is just, the metaphorical, the literalist, and the moderate. I shouldn't go like that, because we consider ourselves it is the whole war. But going forward,
Patreon. Who are we up to?
Patreon. But also looking across the pond, Pat, and sending love to Pat Lowinger. Woohoo! I hope he's doing good over there.
It's been about like 3 weeks already.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
And we also had Talk Skeptic to Me look for our first episode, Flood Mythologies of the Mesopotamia and Mediterranean, which was an awesome episode.
Yep, learned a lot in there. A lot of good stuff in that one.
But also, thank you so much, Pat. But also all of the skeptics in one. Woo!
The blended.
I imagine Transformers for whatever reason. Dale, thank you so much, Dale Pastel. I'm a little bit skeptical.
Your powers combined, she is Captain Skeptic.
But also, the funny thing, it's a crazy hot topic lately. You wouldn't think the round Earth would be a crazy hot topic. Nonetheless, thank you, Internet. Speaking of inner tubes, my Jeebus. Ladies and gentlemen, it's thick. It's okay to love a thick Earth.
It's just something that is something that will not die. I mean, it gets beat back and it kind of almost goes away, but a few months later they poke their head back out again, and okay.
Also, the slang terms. I love everyone. You can come on here, but you have to both TERFs and FLERFs hate their names. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a tranny. It happens. These things happen. You're a FLERF or a TERF.
Girls can have dicks.
you gotta admit what you are. It'll feel good. Feel good about yourself. Just like this round Earth. Just like the fact that Dave Gar! I heard you, Dave Gar! Woo-hoo-hoo. Thank you so much, Dave Gar.
if you don't believe in God, admit you're an atheist. Don't come at me and say I'm an agnostic because I don't know.
I honestly just if you're gonna flat earther, just debate me on whether you believe a God is real, because that's what you really want to debate about. I've yet to meet an atheist flat earther. I'm waiting for it. Atheist flat earthers, come on, debate. Then
one day
show yourself. Scott Duke, the head
Scott
of the
Duke.
pack.
He was on Answers and Atheism today.
Yes.
The weather report today.
And go check out Speed of Sound's channel, Answers in Atheism, who does a daily weather report, and we send in love out here.
That's mandatory viewing for the Christians. They watch that every day to get ideas for their shows. Because whatever Speed talks about on there, chances are the next time you hear John Maddox make a video or one of his little funny posts that he puts out.
Oh, really?
He'll incorporate things from that. Yeah,
that's right.
He very rarely pops his head up and looks around, but he's there. He's watching.
That's right. Pop over to Answers in Atheism. And John Maddox, we will eventually have our open mic. So come on down if you'd like to join. Or Smokey Saint or all the...
Amy won't tell your wife.
I'm trying to think of all the YouTube. Get S.J. Thompson. Come on the stream right now. I'm not even going to do my double entendre. Also, Rejos! Thank you so very much, Rejos, our thespian skull of our biblical night.
Or when we get a little Shakespearean.
So exactly.
It's the King James version. It happens.
Yeah, the Bible gets so Shakespearean for whatever reason. Well, we know, unlike Joseph Smith, they're not faking it. I'll give it to the Bible. These were scribes actually writing it. That is one of the things that really pisses me off about Mormonism.
That it's a blatant, obvious fraud. Like,
yes.
It's just flagrantly in your face. This is bullshit. And yeah.
Because I often get asked, did the apostles die for a lie? There's a chance no, they believed it, and they just died because they really believed that Jesus was the Son of God, or they believed the narrative, whatever. Joseph Smith.
Buddhist monks Thessalonian and light themselves on fire for world peace, but
absolutely believe it. Yes. Okay.
This on a help.
Okay, here. We got my seer hat, my seer bucket. Oh, good. We have my Hearthstone. Is it going to rain tomorrow, Hearthstone?
I thought you were going to have like a porno magazine in there. That probably give you better answers.
That probably would give me better. It'd probably give me more satisfaction. But, oh wow.
Is it going to rain tomorrow?
The Hearthstone says that it is going to rain unless it doesn't. There we go. Oh, thank you so very much, Hearthstone. That was so valuable.
That is a pinpoint biblical prophecy right there. It will rain unless it doesn't.
Unless it doesn't. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is dum da dum. I can't even do it.
A Christian YouTuber. Oh yeah, the South Park. I had a Christian YouTuber the other day. When I was asking, I didn't think the Bible is very authoritative, very trustworthy, and I was pointed out to me that in the book of Proverbs, the Bible genders a certain type of ant as female, and it turns out they were right. Those kind of ants that the Bible talks about are, in fact, female ants. So I'm pretty satisfied that he would be okay with the idea that there's two genders. So either way, they had a 50-50 chance of getting it right. Either way, right off the bat. And the Bible also genders things as women all the time, like dirt, like land. The Bible genders land as women in the feminine.
James, female ants equal God.
Because God told them about that.
They got it right. No one else.
There's no other way they could have figured that out without God.
And you know what's great about claims like that? There's no other religions with holy books that have claims like that.
No.
Only
theirs correctly determines the gender of a certain type of ant. And, of all the useful kinds of knowledge God could have sent down to us, he really wanted to make sure that we knew what type of, whether these ants are boy ants or girl ants, and that really helps humanity. I mean, knowledge of germs and agricultural techniques and stuff like that, not really important. But the gender of ants, very, very important.
See, these are the real things. Also, not quantum mechanics, or how about don't own a slave? Silly me. But during our live streams, we try to greet everyone on screen. However, if you want your specific thought bubbles read on screen or shown, because sometimes it gets spicy during the open mics, feel free to tag me in chat at Amy Newman. If this is and with that,
category menu.
Let's see our category menus so we can jump into our Bible. Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes, I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew? Woohoo!
We already came.
So good. With that, welcome everybody to our Skeptic Bible Study. On the previous episode, rewards, punishments, and the value of human life. God told us about the rewards he would give us if he obeys him. Oh yeah, the carrot. The punishments he would give us if we disobey him.
He'll beat you over the head with.
And the dollar amount for human life. And I don't mean metaphorically. This episode, a census for war, God commands Moses to take a census of the men who are able-bodied and willing to go to war in what I'm sure is going to be heart-pounding action. So with
Book of
that,
Numbers,
how are you tonight, James? And are you ready to swing into Numbers?
So ready. Let's do it. So ready.
Let's do it to me, baby.
Numbers chapter 1. Already a few hors d'oeuvres over there. Hey, Woody.
Exactly. And I will say it is basically we have a bunch of categories and one big section tonight.
It's a little small on my screen.
I can make that
That's okay. That's better. Yep.
I have to finish it. Oh, feels good. Had to let it out. All right.
What an assortment.
What an assortment. The book of Numbers, chapter 1. We are picking up the 4th book of the Bible. Moses takes a census, which, of course, such an exciting thing to talk about. I think this is so funny that God is once again having first-person conversations with people. Doesn't seem to do that anymore. But not.
Are they going to have people go to the Department of Commerce and then send the people out? How are they going to do it?
I honestly, and we were talking about this as we were getting ready.
Yeah.
Why the hell doesn't God just take the census? Why is he making Moses do all this stuff?
You could just tell Moses exactly how many people there are up to the second, as the baby is sliding out of the female, he can update it instantly. 327,844 now. Then as somebody dies or as he kills people, he can, subtract those on his own.
Yeah, but
strange fire. Strange fire -2.
Yeah, that, as always, will haunt me for Bible study after Bible study. Just the fact that Aaron, who is seemingly about to come up, God killed 2 of his sons, the high priest, who knew that Aaron Ra was the high priest of Yahweh. Turns out he was.
Must be a part-time gig.
It was a part-time gig, exactly. And so, once again, not a fedora moment. There was a time where there were just sons of Aaron who were, I think, training to be priests themselves, and they had strange fire in front of them. I think they were trying to light a cigarello, just trying to relax after a hard day. And God was like, yeah, strange fire. Boom. And then, like in all horror movie fashion, Moses just turned and was like, don't say anything. You're going to piss off God. Piss off God.
Incinerated 2 of his sons right there. He used to have 4. Now he's only got 2. And our buddy Moses, Charlton Heston's right there to say, don't say anything. Don't bitch. Don't complain. Don't do anything. He'll kill your other 2 sons.
Exactly. Also, Aunt Jer, I completely agree with you. That's right. They can change. There's hope. There's hope. A new hope. Like in Star Wars. But also, laughs. We have so much fun. It's not just about being a sleepy taking numbers, apparently, about a census. Also, how true to form that Numbers is starting out with a census. My word. But you gotta laugh while you're reading the Bible, folks. You gotta have a fun
until you fall asleep.
Until you fall asleep. And then I think, and there we go. We have science. We have science. Yeah, it looks like we're actually going to find some true science here tonight, folks. And oh, that's weird.
The skull, that's violence. You got your knife out?
Oh, yeah. It's just before we go to violence, and I know there's going to be biblical science, but James, there might be a contradiction in the Bible. I don't know what to say.
Amy, this is our Bible study, not the Quran study. There can't be any contradictions in the Bible. I mean, if it's the Quran or whatever, you'd expect there to be
or the Baba
all over the place.
But no, I guess they're going to have to prove it to us. But not only that, dun 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 dun. Not just science and contradictions and fun sauces. Everybody loves violence, folks. Who doesn't love a little violence?
If the census takers aren't out there killing people, it really wouldn't be a very good census, would it? You got to kill people if they don't comply. You don't just take their house down and say this homeowner's being a dick. Let me ask his neighbor, see if I can get an estimate of how many people live there. If you can't do that, send it to the supervisor.
Exactly.
Because I did the census back in 2010.
Poke them until they do.
Yeah. And then if you kill them, guess what? You don't have to count them because they're dead. There you go. Problem solved. Problem solved.
Problem solved. And all right, but not just that. Oh my. But a lovely... Oh, here's my dagger. But also a lovely amount of injustice. Oh, you can't just have stabbies. You gotta have injustice too.
Only God can judge me.
Only God can judge me.
Only God can judge me.
But also,
womp womp womp.
That was my Valley girl. But also, it's okay. It's our little intolerant octopus. He's a little bit angry. He has to meet other sea creatures. He needs to go on the Pixar adventure.
But no, they're them. They're not us. They're other kind of animals. I don't like them.
How dare you, the octopus say. Are you going to compare me to a fish? I'm way smarter than a fish. Come on.
I make squids look like total imbeciles. Let's get out here with that squid shit. Go be calamari.
Have you heard? Oh my God. Have you heard that G-Man is accepting all challenges when it comes to evolution? Uh-oh. G-Man's... I would like to say G-Man.
Neff back to
gotta get him on. Though I don't
know. I won't shame Neff if he likes the golden shower thing. If that's if he likes that, that's between him and the other guy.
We don't kink shame on here.
Nope. You go do you, Neff.
I'm trying to find my Wilson.
You got a soccer ball?
I actually have Wilson. Oh, there we go. I can't help it. Hello, everyone. Hi,
Wilson.
Keeps me sane, him and I. We just have good conversations. Whew. He gets a little dramatic, but
I mean, it's probably more healthier than the Christians praying to their invisible genie.
Well, I would say the word of the day that they dislike, or maybe the dual word, is Sky Daddy. But I've never heard an atheist generally use the term Sky Daddy. My big beef is just consciousness. I don't understand why the fucking God even really exists. Once again, not to get into my field of vision again, but why do we have consciousness? To gather energy. We gotta go nom-noms. We gotta get those foods in our mouths. And I just don't understand why this God would be conscious.
I mean, trees do it fine without consciousness, but they're different.
Exactly. Yeah. I 100% agree. In fact, I would almost say we have a conscious bias. We like to put consciousness everywhere. Not saying that... No. But I like plants. Plants, fungi, they do their own thing, and they do it well. And
that's Ken Hovind. He says that he rejects the idea of plants being live because because remember his shtick is that nothing died before Adam and Eve sinned, so then people say, well, what about plants that would die? Because if you eat plants, you're digesting cells, so something is dying. And he's like, well, I mean, the plants, they're like biological machines. They're not really alive in the biblical sense. So, okay, Kent, whatever. It's a cell.
Yeah, no.
It's dead because you ate it. Yeah.
Plants are alive. They are most definitely alive.
Yeah.
They are multicellular organisms. They are complex organisms. I don't even... Like,
highly
they are
evolved.
So many steps into the living. Like, you could argue viruses may not be alive, or they are on, like, the verge on what is living and not. But a plant, motherfucker, that is fruiting bodies. What are you talking about?
It's a biological machine.
They have male and female. Like, they have sexes. What?
Oh, but only two sexes. They don't have 56 genders of plants, do they?
Goddamn Facebook.
Yeah.
I hear that. I'm just going to say, we're going to hear that phrase for so long. God damn it, Zuckerberg. Somewhere, Zuckerberg was like, yeah, just do it. Do a freaking LGBT
Maybe
thing.
That was a fundamentalist Christian who just slipped that in there just to be ridiculous, just to be...
No, what it was is, I swear, they want to help. They want to help. Well, some of them do. It's a mixture. Zuckerberg doesn't care. He's like, wait, is that a good idea? Well, is that going to be market? Is that good? Good? Make money? Okay, good. And then some of them are like, yes, this will be a good idea. But then what happens is it ends up being a headline. And they just run that headline everywhere. And now you have to we're going to be dealing with it like 100 years. Or like 56 genders. And Zuckerberg is going to be dead. Not from anything, because that's just what living things do.
Buried around his money.
Yeah, well, you can't take it with you, folks. That's why we need to be nice to each other in this life. But what is our
Nope, you got intolerance.
That's our whole thing. With that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Book of Numbers, which is an interesting name. Chapter 1, Moses takes a census. Who knew that he was doing such, I don't know if I want to say basic bitch work.
If you have a heart condition, you might not want to, this might not be the right story for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is definitely a roller coaster of excitement. I can definitely feel it. All
if
right.
you have an erection lasting longer than 12 hours, call Amy.
Please consult your Amy Newman. I'm looking for my Charlie. Charlton Heston. And the Lord, oh God, and the Lord, he's going to spack. He spacks everywhere. Just get a screen. And the Lord Bob spack onto Charlton Heston into the wilderness of RuneScape of Mount Sinai. Oh.
This fucking tabernacle they're still carrying around.
Friggin' tabernacle. I feel like I've said this a dozen times now. A tabernacle is a portable holy tent that they built early on. I think Aaron Ra himself helped build it. Aaron Ra. And shit's gone down in that tabernacle. I will say. So
I mean, lots of sacrifices and offerings.
Yeah, I'm careful going in there, into the tabernacle of the congregation, who they don't really talk that much about. They don't really seem to matter, just the peons. On the first day of the second month, very specifically in my iPhone calendar, in the second year after they were come out.
Out of the closet? Oh, out of
come
New York.
out of the closet.
Out of New York. I mean, yeah, everybody's leaving New York. Yeah, everybody's leaving New York.
Look, it's so expensive. I want to live there too. It's just so expensive to live in New York, a real place that does exist. We are going to acknowledge New York does exist. that doesn't make everything here true. Take
Doesn't
ye.
Yeah. Go ahead. Run
take
with
ye. Run, baby, run. Take ye some. Bump.
41.
Yeah. Some 41. That's right. Take ye some 41 of all the congregation that doesn't seem to exist anymore because you've been kind of talking and monologuing for like books at this point. Of the children.
We killed them all.
Stabby.
Between all the blasphemy and sodomy and strange fire, there's not too many of them left.
Yeah, I also like to point out consistently, they're like, well, you saw Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Yes. What did you take away from Sodom and Gomorrah? That he was the good guy? The guy that nuked the whole town. Once again, I don't know if you've seen many supervillain movies, but as they're starting it up, and the guy who nukes the town, that's the villain.
I mean, I guess they were an imminent threat to God. I mean, they were doing yucky things that he didn't like. It made him really sad. They're putting their pee-pee in each other's mouths. That's gross. I don't like it. I'm gonna kill them.
Sounds gay. Guess I'm in. And all right. We are in New York. God likes to remind us that he got us into Egypt and he can get us out of Egypt. He says it like a dad who like got you out of a concert after you were super drunk.
Bailed you out of jail. Yeah.
Bailed you out of jail.
Like, you guys were stuck in there until I came and bailed your ass out. Thank you, Dad. Thanks. Yeah, we remember. It was last night. Hey, Mark.
And then he brings it up like every hour. I could send you back to Egypt, goddammit. I could send you back there. Okay, God.
What are you gonna do? Bring the Pharaoh's army back? Just resurrect them from the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Just kill everybody again? Take ye. Oh, I'm sorry. That was just a select group. Can't straw man. It was just a select group of people. That time that he drowned. The hardened heart guy. Take ye some of all the congregation. Though now I have to bring up, because this is just a funny. We just watched a video on historical proofs, facts, evidence, whatever you want to say, for the Quran. And one of them was, all this stuff. I want you to say, first of all, if your historical facts are based on stuff that are not historical facts, like Moses, Noah, already off to a shaky start because we don't believe that those are real people. But their other big insight was like, oh, no. You must understand, the Bible, they call all of them pharaohs. Pharaohs. You need to understand.
One group of them.
Yeah.
They were kings.
They were actually kings.
Yeah. Because somebody from another land took over for a period of time, and they didn't call themselves pharaohs. They ruled as kings, and then I guess that their dynasty died out, and then the pharaohs took over again. I don't know.
Exactly, and then they took over. Also, welcome, Ralph.
Of course, they weren't pharaohs or kings because back in they would have used a completely different word in their own language, and who knows how that directly translates.
And honestly, when you think about the word pharaoh, you don't really think about a king. You don't really think about a king of Egypt. That would be silly, right? That's not like the same thing. Well,
I mean, you use the word just so often. It's just one of those everyday words that comes up, not when you're only referring to the ancient kings of Egypt. But yeah.
Also, welcome, Tinkle Tank. Woohoo! And if you just joined us, we are now in the 4th book. We have just put Leviticus on the shelf, and we are now reading the first chapter of Numbers. And it's not
part of Amy's heart
ironically.
Is in the book of Leviticus still.
It'll
always be there.
It'll always be there, specifically because it said to smash people like me until my heart is on there. But nonetheless, send in love. Send in love.
To Leviticus.
To Leviticus. So much love. And that's right. Papa was telling us that in Egypt, he can put us back into it. He sent us there. He could take us back out. Once again, he did kind of send us there with the whole rainbow color, which was another weird story. I remember learning all these stories in Hebrew school, but like actually reading the stories line for line, some of them are just really weird. They get jealous over the rainbow coat. Like, I get it. It's a nice coat. You're going to sell your brother into slavery? It's a sell your brother into slavery coat?
Thought about killing him first, and then they decided.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That was the compromise.
But remember, God sent Joseph dreams, and in his dreams, he told his whole family that, I had a dream, and in the dream, I was ruling over all of you. Yes, Dad, even you will submit to me.
You.
And they thought that's kind of stupid because you're like the second youngest out of like 12 brothers.
But James, it all ends up okay because he gets to be king randomly because that one guy dies. Isn't it the baker?
Well, the baker dies, but remember God sent Pharaoh dreams and he couldn't interpret the dreams about the Pharaoh was in the Nile and he saw like 7 very full, voluptuous cows come out of the water. And then he saw 7 wretched, skinny, almost barely alive cows. And the wretched cows ate the fat cows. And then it was nothing. And Joseph was able to tell him, that's what God's going to do. He's going to have...
That is the weirdest Wendy's commercial I've ever heard.
Never frozen beef. And then Joseph's like, this is what God's going to do. We're going to have 7 good years of harvest where we will have a good harvest of the crops, but then there's going to be 7 years where it's going to be famine. Most of the crops will die. We won't be able to harvest hardly anything, and people will die. So what we need to do is you need to put somebody in charge to collect the excess grain from the 7 years when it will have a lot to make it through the years we don't have any. I don't know who could ever do a job like that, but if you want my CV, I can email that over to you.
And
Pharaoh's like, hired. Hired.
And also, that apologetic is also weird because it's only a temporary happiness. All of a sudden, they're like, see, it was the rainbow dream coat. And then randomly, out of nowhere, he picked a slave and said, you slave, rule, help me. Well, he said, be my father ruler thing, which ends up being like the ruler because I become prince in this weird scenario.
Yeah, prime minister, vizier, second in command under the pharaoh.
But once again, it's bullshit. Let's just keep on going down that timeline. The third pharaoh or king or whatever you want to call him, because they never get names, randomly forgets.
I bet it doesn't. I bet the Quran doesn't name him.
Forget. Yeah, some of the stories they reinterpret. They're like similar, but they I know Noah is in there, but it's probably
it's a local flood. Yeah,
it's not a local flood.
Yeah. The pharaohs, they forget. They're like, who are all these strange people walking around thing? Like, they've been here forever. What, like 200 years ago, some pharaoh let them come in, and now they're just wandering around. I know. Let's enslave them. Yay!
Yay! And then a mass amount of Jews supposedly get enslaved. And then now you're up to date on where the Moses story starts. Yeah. But
and the meanie pharaoh didn't give them straw to make the brick. Remember the meanie Pharaoh? He didn't give them straw. He made them use their own straw for their food to make their bricks. He's a mean guy because God made him do that.
Yeah, it's almost like, can't you just snap us out of here, buddy? Why did you even put us in here?
That would be no fun. That would not be
That'd be no fun. They wouldn't learn the story, but aren't multiple generations dead without learning the story? They lived and died.
But they wouldn't have the unleavened bread, Amy. I mean, without that story, there'd be no reason to kill people for having yeast or baking soda in their cupboard.
And that's right. You don't. If I see that bread rise, that bread rises. No yeast.
No DiGiorno rising crust pizza. No.
I mean, no. See, even I'm tempted, James. I get to tear it up myself.
Only flatbreads. Only flatbreads.
Only flatbreads. Take ye. So where are we?
Yeah. 2. Yeah, just do 2.
Take ye some of the congregation of the children of Israel, Shmishmael, after their families, by the house of the their fathers, with the number of their names, every male by their polls, from 20 years old and upward.
POLES, their polls.
Hold on.
All the male polls.
All the male polls. Oh, now
you take care of that, Amy. Yeah.
I take care of as many male polls as I can. From 20 male years old and upward. Getting ready for war, baby. All that are able to go forth to war in Israel Shmishmael. Though an Aaron Ra shall number them. Oh, it's like when they say it. Oh, I shouldn't. Let me say the line. I'm freaking out. Though an Aaron Ra shall number them by their armies. It's always like when they say the movie title in the name. I always get excited.
Woohoo! Yeah.
I'm trying to think of an example. There's a half dozen that come to mind, but and with you there shall be a man. I really did think, for whatever reason, I thought that said a man of every lube. I don't know why a man of every lube would even make sense. And with you, there shall be a man of every tribe. Getting all those tribes. We're bringing them together.
Why would we want to do that? God will just come in and make us all speak different languages then.
That's true. Hopefully none of us congregate too long or,
start working together and not killing each other.
Yeah, that's right, buddy. Don't get no ideas of working together, trying to upshow God. Excuse me. You think you can... You want to have a dance-off with God?
My dick is way bigger than yours. It's 15 fucking feet.
That's right. A 15-foot whale. By my seminar,
15-foot Leophilius.
And there are names of men that shall stand with you. Oh, before I get to the names of the men.
This is going to be fun.
I know, because we're about to
We haven't had one of these in a while, one of these exhibition of names.
This chapter is so much like the Dukes.
Yeah.
Like,
dude, we haven't had a rendition like that since Genesis.
Can you just Cliff Notes it to Moses? Could we just do that?
There's a bunch of people who never existed. You'll never be able to find their names anyway, but here they are. Yeah,
here they are. On the first day of the second month of the second year after leaving Egypt, God said to Moses, "Take a census of all the people of Israel who are at least 20 years old and able to go to war. These are their names of the leaders from each tribe." All right, baby, heart-pounding excitement. And these are the names of those hot and sexy men about to rain down and go all 300 that shall stand with you. Of the tribe of Dave Reuben, Elzar, the son of Shedderman. Of Simon Says, of Schlebelettel Ding Dong.
Schmiegel.
Schmiegel, the son of Zerzel Shadi. Of Judah, that's a good song. Nashville, the son of Abadib. of
Is a char.
This looks like what I name variables in programming. Like, all right, what do we name the character? Of Nathaniel, the son of Zuzubar. Of Zubalan, the Eleb, the son of Helen, who kind of went all... she went kick-ass in that Thor movie. I am the god of darkness. Of the children of Joseph. Hey, there's our boy. We haven't heard about him in a while. Joe DiMaggio, right up in the house.
He's been dead for a while, but yeah.
He has been. Of Ephraim, El Shemaiah, the son of Elmud of Manasseh. Manasseh. This is how you recharge your mana.
That was my son's Hebrew name because his mother was Jewish. Manasseh.
Really? Manasseh? I mean...
one of his Hebrew names, yeah.
It's pretty. It also sounds to me like it fits very well in Final Fantasy. But that's not a bad thing.
Yeah. Gamaliel.
This... I can't read that. Gavil, the son of Pedasvar. Oh man, Gavil, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to take you away.
Son of a smoky saint.
We can't let you around. What the hell are they? I can't even. The thing with the slides.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Just Chuck E. Cheese works better. Parks.
Oh,
Benjamin. Abdomen, the son of Gaiden. Oh my God, it's our favorite guy. Our favorite. We've been waiting for him. He's our hero. Honestly, if there is one true prophet out there, of Dan. Woohoo!
Tribe of Dan.
Oh, we love Dan. Azar, the son of Ashmedeh. Of Asher, of Ash, the lady from League of Legends. Pagel. Asheroth. Pagel, the son of Akron. I just love how Moses is just writing this shit down. Like, God.
How do you spell that God? Wait a minute. How do you spell that God?
Yeah. And if he gets one thing wrong, like paragraphs ago, can he ask? He's like, I'm sorry, God, I know. Can you just for 1 second slow down? Can we actually, like a few lines ago, we were talking about Zebulun. Can you sell Elam?
God, did you mean slave, like someone forced to work, or did you just mean employee, like somebody who works but it's of their own volition?
Well,
you didn't mean slave.
They're like an employee. They don't get breaks, they don't get money, and they go home with me.
If they don't want to work, can you beat them with a rock?
Oh, baby, can you? Oh, baby, can. Now, I will say, you can't beat them to death.
Oh, all right. Well, that's very kind of you, God. But they can't beat him.
Well, duh. I mean, come on, he's your slave.
Oh, their property, right?
Of course.
Just, what if they die? Okay, what if they don't die right then, but they die like the next day?
Well, I mean, as long as it's the next day. I mean,
the next day, it's all right.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It can't be like if you just kill him, then
yeah,
I mean, like you beat
you beat his skull in, like, yeah. Okay, our God is an awesome God.
A loving God, a very loving God. But back to Dan, our loving Dan.
Gad.
And well, no, I still, I can't help
Your heart
myself.
is in Dan. Yeah.
My heart is in the tribe of Dan. But also, Gad said, Elsif, the son of this guy, actually won a duel. He actually played Yu-Gi-Oh! And won a duel. Of Nephitil, Phil. Ara, the son of Inan. These were the renowned of the congregation. Guys, I'm sure we will hear about time and time again.
In the history books.
These are the chapters you're going to learn about in Sunday school. Renowned of the congregation, princes of the tribes, of their fathers, getting lots of heads, of thousands.
Heads of thousands.
Thousands, baby, in Israel Shmishmael. And so, yeah, these are the names of the leaders from the tribe. Elzar, the son of Shitter, the tribe of Rudim, blah, 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 like it just says. All right.
So now all they have to do, Amy, now is look through all the historical documents. If they can find anybody with a name in any document anywhere, then that confirms the Bible, right? Like, we found a Dan. Look, we have it on this paper. It says Dan. Therefore, the Bible is true.
Yes, that's true. There was a person named Dan, which means I feel like it has to be true. See, these are the best if you're asking me the best Final Fantasy set, see, I'm just biased because I grew up on Cloud, though Cloud was kind of a ditz, kind of really a ditz. And I will say these are love sessions, lots of love. We're reading the Torah. And this is the God of love, ladies and gentlemen. It is kind of weird.
Also
that the God of love would
he's a man
have
of war,
to,
but also of love.
Yes, exactly. It is a little weird that the God of love has to get armies ready. But, everyone has their... we have armies. How can you judge? It's the same thing. It's a God, but, now
God could at any time simply defeat his enemies just by the power of his own mind, but that really wouldn't be very fun, would it? Hey, Randall.
And also to Bob, if I didn't say hi to Bob. Hi, Randall, hi, Bob, and Mark, and everyone in loves.
Just kill your enemies. Where's the fun in that? It'd be much funner if you had other people kill them for you.
Exactly. Well, I don't understand why God just doesn't lightning bolt or Thanos his enemies, but once again, you fedora atheist, just tie it on tighter, put a feather in your cap.
You want empirical evidence.
For a non-empirical God. Well, isn't he all-powerful? Shouldn't all-powerful actually be able to do empirical things? You'd think all-powerful empirical things would be very easy.
He could. That's not how he does things.
Could. But where would faith come in, James? Where would faith come in?
Impossible to please God without faith. That is an intangible quote.
Woohoo! Amaretto! Sand and love. We're into Numbers. We have made it to the 4th book of the Bible, line by line. This is episode 39. We are going right in order.
Pretty much, yeah.
And having fun.
Ramen.
I will say, and spoilers, once again, so obsessed with Loki, but now that I'm saying ramen, He Who Remains had a lovely little man. It might just be that I'm obsessed with what is it, Jonathan Summers?
Possibly.
Majors.
Maybe. A little bit.
But 16. These were the renowned. These were the true guys, ladies and gentlemen. These are the guys we could really trust to go to war. Yes. No women, have you? But
General Patton of their day.
The General Pattons, baby. Of Israel Shmishmael. All right, let's get our two main men of the chapters for the past, it's been a while. Moses has survived a while. Let me tell you, it's hard to survive Yahweh for a long time. I will say. And Charlton Heston and Aaron Ra took these men, come on, to brunch on a dinner date, which are expressed with their names. Okay, I'm still open-minded. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day. First day. First date, 20th dates of the second month. And they declared their pedigrees, okie dokie, after their families, by the house of all of their fathers, according to the number. It's the name of the game, folks. Welcome to the chapter of the names from 20 years old and upward by the fake polls. On the first day of the second month, Moses and Aaron assembled all the people, like in the world of his congregation, I guess, with the 12 tribal leaders. Okay, it's 12 tribal leaders that we got here that God had selected. All right, I want some action. Are we going to war, baby?
All of them.
All of them.
Like Ken Oben said one time, he said he went to a town, and he said the whole town had 36 people. 34 of them were in church with me Sunday. We don't know where the other two were.
Don't know where the other two. Yeah, they'll be fine.
Amy knows where they were at.
Oh, baby. As the Lord Bob commanded Charlton Heston, as he does over and over at this point, so he numbered them in the wilderness of RuneScape of Sai.
He numbered them he took a ruler to each of them and measured it.
Yes. He actually found out that it was a 15-foot whale moving along. And the children of Dave Reuben, Israel Shmishmael's eldest son, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, getting games of throning, according to the number of the names, by the fake news polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go to war. Those that were numbered of them, do they have a number on them? Even of the tribe of Dave Reuben. Oh, wow. They're going to do a podcast. We're 40 and 6,500. Why? It's just, we're going into specific numbers now. We're going into our science. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be, can we look these numbers up? 46,500 from the tribe of Dave Reuben. Here we go. Of the children of Simon says, by their generations after their families, and by the house mouse of their fathers, those that were numbered of them, according to the numbers of their names, by their fake news polls, every male, we get it, from 20 and upwards, all that were able to go forth to war. They keep on saying it over and over. I could have avoided it the first time, but
the war part. Really
it just seems like an awkward goal to have for a God of love. I'm not saying a God of love can't go to war. I'm just saying it seems a little self-contradictory.
Moving on. I love how all the numbers are so rounded numbers, precisely 59,300.
Exactly that.
Good thing he did an actual count instead of just a guesstimate.
Also, did they really count this many people back then? Did they really go? They were like, okay, this is how many?
Precisely, exactly
Precisely. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Simon says, were 59,300. Also, where are they going to war with all these people? Holy moly. Like, this is an Avengers level threat. What is going on here?
Isn't it nice how they had all these number of people? This is just the able-bodied men able to go to war. But
True.
All these people, all these tens of thousands of people, and they managed to not leave any evidence,
any record of their existence. Yeah, right. Amazing.
Amazing. 59,300. I mean, you think that many people wandering out there in the desert, they would leave something, but yeah, go figure.
Yeah, that also means you're right. Women, children, and the elderly or disabled
at least
would be out of this.
You got at least double the numbers.
Whew.
Yeah.
No record of them. But they're going to go to war. This isn't Game of Thronesy. This is Lord of the Ringsy. Okay, we are up in the ante here on scale-wise of battle. Of the children of Gadsad, by their generations after their families. Oh, we get it, Dad. By the house of their fathers, mothers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to happy times, brunch. Oh no, war.
Brunch.
God of love. Those that were numbered, there we go, baby. Feel like I keep on saying Avengers Assemble every time I say numbered. Of them, even of the tribe of Gadsad, were 45,650. I really feel like the annotations, self-explanatory here. Of the children of Judah, it went platinum by their generations after their families, because that's generally speaking how generations work. By the house of their fathers, because the mothers, why give them credit? According to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to fun times. They're going to go on a slide? A jet ski?
A slide to hell.
Highway to war, apparently. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of the platinum-selling Judah, were 70 years ago, but also 14,600. Of the children of the thing that I name all my variables, by their generations, after their families, by the house of, we're just going to go with their mothers this time, okay? It's Mother's Day, okay? I got the Bill Burr in my head, but almost going the other side here. I love fathers, and fathers should get their due. But come on now. According to their number of their names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to Disney World? Taco Bell?
Not Chuck E. Cheese. You can't go there.
Not Chuck E. Cheese. No war.
Easy pan.
Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Issachar, and set your variables, were 54,400. My Lord, you need this many people? Like, who are you going to war with? Of the children of Zebulon, 5.
Golden Corral.
Golden Corral.
Go to war with Golden Corral. Yeah.
My stomach goes to war with Golden Corral. Well, actually, generally speaking, your lower intestine actually goes to war with Golden Corral, but that's a different story. By their generations, after their families, because that's how that works, by the house of their fathers, according to the numbers of their names, not redundant. Once again, just
redundantly redundant.
Redundantly redundant. What the fuck? Okay. From 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Happy fun times. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Zebulun 5, were 50,007,400. Good to know. Of the children of our man, Joe DiMaggio, haven't heard him in a while, namely of the children of Ephraim, that totally looks like a World of Warcraft town. We'll let that go. By their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names. Don't make me say it again, Daddy. From 20 years old and upward.
Just copy and paste that all part. Yeah, they didn't have copy and paste back then, imagine.
Yeah.
Then just sit there and write this shit out.
I mean, props to the dude who actually did write this by hand. I will go that far. A gentleman did write this. It was written and inspired by men, but
I mean, he might have been a slave.
Who knows? Yeah, who knows the scribe if he wrote it himself or had the hands do it. Joe DiMaggio. Very important stuff here. Were they 20 years and older? Yes, they were. And did they go forth to happy fun time land? Yes, they did. Right into war. Those that were numbered of them. Right? Yeah. Even of the tribe of Ephraim, which is a good trade town, were 40,500. Of the children of Manasseh, did I pronounce? By their generations after their families, by the house of their fathers. Half the time it's the Bible, the other half the time it's me. I mix it up though. You never know.
According you never know what's going to come out of her mouth, and just like you never know what's been in her mouth either.
That's true. I will say, I do try to swallow, but I do also try to get the words out of my mouth. From 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to man, I thought that I was being coy. Like I was like, we're making a census to go to war. I really didn't think they were going to say the objective. Thank you very much, Bible, for making it a well-named title. Like they just keep on saying the objective over and over again. There is no debate on where these people are going to.
But Amy, you see, God promised them that they would have this land, but you see, the thing about that is that these other people, they were there in their land, and these other people who moved in, they don't recognize the claim. So, I mean, the Jewish people, they can't just walk in and say, "Oh, by the way, we own all this, so we'll collect back rent from you for the past 5,000 years of you living here." They're going to say, "Fuck off," and God's got to say, "Well, we tried. Kill them. Circumcise them."
Time for war. Yes, that my greatest medical technology of the biblical era right here.
I meant to cut that little bit of skin off the end of the penis before I intelligently designed human DNA, but I forgot about that. So you just got to cut it off on your own, because I don't.
Once again, such a weird thing. I often say that. You often hear me say that about the other things, the other religions. When I'm talking about Christianity and Judaism, no, such a weird thing. Just circumcision. I don't understand why a God needs foreskin. Now, look, my preface here, I appreciate all penises. This is a pro-penis zone, okay? I don't care if you got your schmizzle drizzled or not. I'm just saying, it's a little bit weird that God needs to have... Why is God making choices about that area? It just seems... I don't know, weird micromanaging.
Always on his mind.
I don't remember that expansion in The Sims. That's all I'm saying. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Manischewitz.
Even Manischewitz. Even
Manischewitz were 30 and 2,200 of the children of breaking Benjamins by their generations after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the, oh my God, of the number of the names from 20 years old and upward. Come on, folks, sign in. Did you just turn 20? Great, sign right here, and off you go, kid. All that were able to go forth to the happy fun zone. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of breaking Benjamins, were 30 and 5,400. Oh man, step up your game, breaking Benjamins. Of the children, oh yeah. Oh, my favorite. I can't help it. The Lord, our true Lord and Savior, Dan, of the children of Dan, by their generations after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to put on your sunglasses, baby, and go to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Dan, were 67 years ago, but also 2,700. Uh-oh. It's okay, ladies and gentlemen. James is selling timeshares in hell. They are fantastic by the Lake of the Damned. Check them out. Of the children where we were doing it, Dan. I can't help it, Dan. So much love. Of the children of Asher, but also Ash from League of Legends. Pew, 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 pew. By their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, definitely not their mothers. They have cooties. According to the number of the names. Don't have a name? Not on the list. Then get the hell out of here. From 20 years old and upward. Oh, well, that's nice. We're only at least, see? And all that were able to go forth to war. Though we are going to send 41,000 people into war. That'll be cool. Those that were numbered. Oh, baby. Avengers, assemble of them, even of the tribe of Ash from League of Legends, even if she was going to rage quit, but then she actually had a good game. Oh, there we go. Now she's ahead. We're 40 and 1,500 of the children of Naphtali, Nutella, of the children of Nutella. Oh, it's about time we got food. James, we just got the tribe of Nutella here. Hold on.
Nutella?
Yes, it's fantastic. It's about time we had a tribe that brought snacks. The other ones were slacking.
I mean, God loves to munch on foreskins, but that's not really good for most human consumption.
Yeah, it's his thing, but he says they're like pork rinds, but just not my thing.
No bacon. Actually, you can't have pork rinds, but foreskins are good. I mentioned, go figure. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Like that.
Ramen.
Rock soup. That's what
rock soup. That's right. You know, James, it's funny. You silly atheist. You think that this is where you come from. that a lightning bolt just hit rock soup and that you guys just came from life. So here's your grandpa. Hey, Grandpa, you're looking good.
But I mean, go figure. You can get amino acids to form in water with mineral content that get struck by lightning. And what do amino acids build? What do they make up? Proteins, which are organic compounds. Huh. So it seems like you can get some of the building blocks for life. That's a far cry from a living cell, but it's looks like
I actually find the creationist obsession with abiogenesis to be a fun one. Just fun and funny. Just because, first of all, they are like the war on Christmas. They are the ones who bring it up. Like, I now have a decent knowledge, or at least of the hypotheses,
right,
like the RNA world and models that can actually work, or it may be other different models.
There's replicator first or metabolism first. They're trying to see did life have to replicate itself first, or did it have to develop a metabolism first?
Exactly. But we also see naturally forming structures like crystalline structures that happen naturally. The fact that it would happen with something like carbon and liquid water is actually not very surprising, especially those two specific things, just because of how weird they are, just because of how many chemical compositions that carbon is able to make with other elements, and just the weirdness of water itself.
Like being a universal solvent,
Yeah, it's just and just freezing on top. If it froze from the bottom up, we would have all died. The fact that just all these things, it makes a whole bunch, and the fact that we have liquid water, like you were saying, it's a fantastic solvent, and we are around the sun that allows us to have liquid water. It actually,
the Christians, they're just like they're projecting because they have to know that we're making progress.
The creationists. Yeah. I'm gonna paint with as thin a brush as possible.
Like they'll be like, oh, the Miller-Urey experiments. Haven't we debunked that over and over again? They went in the lab. They tried to make life. It didn't work. You mean you really thought that they were going to go in a lab one day and just put all the things together and come out with a functional cell? Nobody thought that was going to happen, but it was about getting the pieces, getting the building blocks that you could then use to make life from, and that was confirmed. That can happen.
Yeah, I don't understand why it's even hard to believe, because of we're in the habitable zone around the Earth, folks.
The thing is, it's so reasonable, and that
Grumpy.
Hey, Grumpy, it's so reasonable, and that gets them so scared, because if we can put forth a good model for a biogenesis, I mean, no, a lot of them, they will just say, well, that doesn't prove God didn't do it. Just because it could happen that way doesn't mean God didn't make it happen. So whatever, they'll find a new gap to hide their God in. But the ones that are a little bit more reasonable, they have to know, like, if once we get a biogenesis, we know what happens to life after it starts. It's over at that point. The Hovens, they'll never get along. They'll never. Well,
I think they'll just push it back, just like if we found alien life, or just no matter what it is, they would just keep on.
Like the Catholics, so like, oh yeah, if there's aliens out there, yeah, God made them. He just didn't tell us about it in the Bible. We didn't need to know. He made life on other planets. So what? He's God. They probably need Jesus too. He probably had to go to all the planets and die for all the races all over the universe.
One of my favorite comics is just aliens staring at a cross. Well, it's just Jesus, I think, that's just hanging on there. And they're just like, let's get the fuck out of here.
And you know what? If they are out there, I bet I'm pretty much to tell you that's one of the main reasons they haven't made themselves overtly obvious yet. Because, yeah.
Those that we were talking about Nutella. Where's my Nutella?
You'll probably get to the next verse and they'll
them,
say
even to the,
you can't have Nutella. You probably get to the next verse, it'll say that's like shrimp. You can't use hazelnuts for.
The fact that they had 3 paragraphs on you cannot eat shrimp. They talk about it more than homosexuality. Like, they talk about no gays twice. They talk about no shrimp for three paragraphs. Even of the tribe of Nutella were 50 and 3,400. These are those that were numbered, we know, which Charlton Heston and Aaron Ra numbered themselves because God was busy or something. And the princes of Israel, Shmishmael, being 12 men, because, can't have women, each one was for the house of their fathers. So were all those that were numbered of the children of Israel, Shmishmael, by the house of their fathers. From when? Okay, from 20 years old up and
that
upward.
Were able to do what? Able to hold their own
Able
laundry?
to go to
drive a car?
The diner?
Buy beer?
No. Go to war. War in
the war on Christmas? Oh, did we lose Jamie? Either she lost me or I lost her. I think her browser just crashed though. She will be right back any moment, I'm sure, unless my internet crashed. Amy, come back. Oh, looks like we lost Amy. Looks like she probably blue screened a little bit. That's okay. I'm sure she'll be right back any moment with Bible study. Yeah. Three times God says shrimp. Then he says no shellfish, no lobster. I'm sorry, that's not going to work. No bacon, nothing good. Nothing good. So yeah, we'll probably be back sometime tomorrow. I think we're going to do another stream tomorrow night. Still not haven't quite hammered out exactly what the topic will be, but we have a few things that we're lining up. And then we'll probably be back on Thursday and maybe Friday. We'll see what's going on for the rest of the week. I'm sure there's lots of interesting streams out there to keep us busy and entertained. I'm sure John Maddox will be posting plenty of funny memes on his community page to keep us occupied too. I always get such a kick out of him, but he puts a lot of time into it, so I feel like we have to at least make it worth his time for doing that. But the Raging Atheist, he had an interview today on his channel with Brett Keane, who I guess is no longer a Christian. I guess he had a falling out with the Smoked Up one last week. It was actually, I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but it was, from what I did see, it's interesting, and he's, now he's in shit-talking mode. Brett Keane is. Blue screen? Amy? Amy?
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Blue screen?
Nah, the internet died. Woo-hoo.
I was just telling him about the Brett Keane interview on the Raging Atheist channel today. That was very interesting.
That interesting. Brett Keane is. I've been around for a little while, but Brett Keane has actually been around way longer. So I didn't know him as an atheist or a Christian.
I don't know if he ever was an atheist. He says that, but I doubt it. I've challenged him to debate before when he said atheists were mentally defective, and he initially was like, "Yeah, okay," and then he doesn't like modern day debate. He doesn't like James Coons, and he was trying. Then he said maybe on Discord. Then he said, "Oh yeah, but if I'm going to debate you, you have to tell me first before I debate an atheist how the universe came to be without a god." Like that's what. Why is there something rather than nothing? You can't tell me therefore God is. That's all you have
to prove the hardest questions right now. Go.
Yeah. And he did that because he knows I can't tell you how it happened, Brett. Nobody can tell you how it happened exactly. I don't have to know exactly how it happened to be able to tell that your explanation is bullshit. Your explanation is worse than no explanation because it's dumb to just say, I don't know, maybe God just did it. I don't know.
When you don't have an answer, making up an answer is not the proper thing to do. And Randolph says, please tell James W. the Christian God is a shellfish God.
He would be triggered by a Red Lobster. Like, I mean, that would be like Jesus with the figs. Like if you have a box of Fig Newtons on your when you get raptured into heaven, you might want to leave that behind because he might just throw your ass down to hell. Because he had that one incident with the tree, with that fig tree that Jesus had to kill.
I don't think there's anything sweeter than like a Christian with a big Jesus tattoo eating Red Lobster. Like, God's just like, don't do this stuff. And they're like, it's right, God. I love you.
And then having Grindr on their phone also.
Yeah, well, those are the politicians, but yes. Or the pastors.
But Brett Keane, he used to be a moutheist. He used to think God is real, but he's a dick. He doesn't care about people because he just doesn't care.
Nice.
And he messes with people just for his own amusement. But then he popped up back on the Smoked Up, his channel about, I don't know, a month ago. And now he was a mainline Christian again. He was one of the Christian boys with Smokey. And now he's not a Christian anymore, but I'm predicting that he will be back to Christianity within a month or two.
Yeah, I mean, I hope. I don't know him well enough. I hope that he doesn't. In fact, I have advice for him. I was listening to him. My advice for you, Brett Keane, would be to open like a philosophy talking, people getting to know each other channel. Like it doesn't have to be religion or atheism. Just like it's just about bringing people together or something like that. Because that's sounded like he's like, I just need a break from like the war. I admit I like the tennis between us and the theists. I love the back and forth. To me, it is enjoyable. But I can also understand, especially depending on what country you're in. It's not, yes. And so I just hope my advice to him would be, if he does a new channel or whatever, is to just make, you can still talk about the deep questions in life. You can still have people get together and have a good time. And you don't have to have a set position yourself. Be the neutral person.
Yeah. And I mean, these, like you said, these are the hardest questions that man has ever tried to ponder. And people are just looking for answers. He's looking for answers. And the thing is, when you look and you try to understand things that are hard. Oh, We lost Amy again. But yeah, these things they're hard to understand. And, I'm not a physicist. I don't understand a lot of those concepts, but I trust those who are physicists that they probably know way more than me about it. And I know that making up an answer or just saying this is too hard, therefore I'm just going to say God did it by magic is not very satisfying to me. I guess it appeals to some people who just want to have everything be nice and neat and, they understand everything because through God all things are possible. It's just not very satisfying to me. What would there be if you didn't have any questions, nothing to learn,
Exactly. It'd be kind of boring. I don't even understand all-knowing. All-knowing. Like, I understand it from a Marvel Cinematic Universe understanding when we start talking mythos. Just don't understand why there is this all-knowing being. It seems like a plot device.
Well, like, when you're on the thought adventure and they're like, it has to be an agent. It has to be, the universal cause, that prime move. Like, it has to have agency. It has to have a mind. And I don't know where I know why they say that, because they say you have consciousness. So therefore, the property of that had to come from whatever created you. It had to also be consciousness. No, I don't think so.
No.
There are things called emergent properties that, things can be more than just the sum of their parts.
Yeah, I mean, once again, plants have sexes. They can make babies.
They have sex.
Don't need consciousness for it.
Yeah, they just have animals do their work for them.
Yeah, bees. Thank you, bees. Also, morning, Claire. That's part of the reason why we're against religion. But we heart you and welcome. And we're almost done our Bible study. We're actually almost done the chapter for the night. We are breaking open the fourth book of the Bible. We are
8675309.
putting numbers. Well, we are putting Leviticus on the bookshelf and picking up Numbers. And all right. Where were we? We were going through
one of those amazing passages here.
I know. There's been so much wisdom tonight. Like I say, I often, when I am in a deep, dark place, when I'm going through a tough time and I don't know if I'm going to make it, I say to myself, of the children of Benjamin by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the numbers of their names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. And I just know that everything's going to be all right, James.
It's going to be okay, Amy. You'll find your favorite. You'll find your favorite dildo. It's got to be there somewhere. Just keep looking.
Shake weights.
Yeah. Keep looking. Don't get yourself down, Amy. It'll be there, I promise.
It'll be there.
It'll be there. Yeah.
It'll be there. It'll be queer. Right here.
Yeah. In the tabernacle of the Lord.
In the tabernacle. On the Grindr account. What were we talking about? Anyway, going to war. So were all these that were numbered of the children of Ishmael by the house of their fathers, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go to forth war in Israel. Shmishmael.
War. Huh. What is it good for? Everything. God says.
Everything, apparently.
I'm a god of war.
He did say, literally, he was a god of war in earlier chapters.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
After he rescued his people from Egypt, after he got him out of the mess, he got him in, and then took credit for it and demanded he be thanked and worshipped for it. He did point out that, hey, I'm a god of war. Now continue worshiping me. Keep doing it. Keep bowing.
Once again,
keep telling me how great I am.
I just find it weird to worship a god. Like, I know that even that sentence, it might sound so natural to people, but why does a god need to be worshipped?
Like you're
what a petty
omnipotent.
thing.
You're three gods in one, and you're saying to yourself, you know what would be really great is if we create beings that are like, they'll be sort of like us, they'll be but they'll be lesser than us. And then they can spend eternity telling us how much greater we are from them. But wait, we're making them to be lesser than us and then demanding that they worship us because they're lesser, we're greater. That's how we made them. Well, yeah, doesn't that sound like fun?
Sounds like so much fun. Also,
if they don't want to worship us.
No, I was gonna say, Amy, but I don't think I've ever blocked anyone. In fact, there's only been one person blocked in the history of this channel, and they know why. But
they lie about it. But
TOS breaking. But we've been running this for a little while now, and we've never, have yet to ban anyone but one person.
Himself. He banned himself.
He did. He banned himself.
He knew that's the thing that would get him kicked off.
After he rage quit.
He looked like an idiot. He didn't really. We weren't buying what he was selling. He got a little upset, and he got triggered by Dr. Josh. Dr. Josh said the Bible supports slavery, but they're just workers. Dr. Josh is a liar. He's so mean. He's a liar.
Such a meanie pants.
He's so mean. He says mean things about God.
And speaking of Dr. Josh, the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament is out now. It was actually an Amazon bestseller. And funny enough, James, what does that say right there?
Property of Westboro Baptist Church.
Close. It says Volume 1, which means Volume 2 coming soon. Also, that's what she said.
It's the Westboro edition where it's just every page says, like the verses from Leviticus where they kill gay people, just over and over again.
Over and over.
Shall be put to death. You know what that means, Amy? Anyone who lies with man as with woman shall be put to death. Their blood shall be upon who? Them.
Which, once again, is the bad guy of the story. If a guy is telling you to kill gays,
I mean, Amy, look at like Sodom and Gomorrah. If the people there, like, because Lot, like, he was so nice, he offered them his daughters, but they were gay. They didn't want his daughters. They wanted the angels. But if they would have just taken those young girls, probably teenage girls, and raped them, then God would have. Okay, all right, that's better. That's better. At least they're not gay.
Ralph, I see you over there. We are sending love. We actually love you. I'll say this over and over again. I love all of my theist brothers and sisters, just like I love you. I can say that openly and easily.
We just have to, we feel obligated to tell you the truth, tell you what we think about your religion. And you don't have to agree with us. You don't have to, we're not going to force you to abandon your faith, but
we're also not even roasting the New Testament. This is my ancestors. This is the Torah.
Oh, don't worry though. We'll get to the New Testament.
We'll get to the New Testament soon enough. But this is unfortunately I'm trying to undo. I take frickin', if it wasn't for, I love, once again, my Jewish parents, but if it wasn't for Judaism, we wouldn't have to deal with the Christianity, the Islam, the Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, just all of these gamuts.
All the Abrahamic religions.
The Catholics, the Protestants, all these splits.
Inquisitions, Crusades, all the wars that caused over the years. I will get there. I mean, Christians were killing each other during the Middle Ages for centuries over differences in doctrine. Like right now, Praise and Smokey, they just yell at people and call them trash clowns. But hundreds of years ago, they were killing people over differences in belief on Christian teachings. And if it's true that this is the true religion and you need to believe it to go to heaven, apparently they did back then because they were really serious about it. If you're out there teaching something that's false, you might be causing people to go to hell. So therefore, anything we do to stop you is an act of mercy because you might be leading people astray.
And if you disagree with us, we are about to move into about an hour of open mic. Woohoo! As we move to the end of the chapter, the fist fruits have grown. They are pleasantly plump. Let's see, Claire says the narrative is that we are slaves of God. I really, 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 really dislike that concept, whether we like it or not. No. You can actually disagree with them. They always say, like, God can't be made fun of. God, you can't disagree with God. Sure, it's actually easy. Just say no. Just say no, folks. And whether we know it or not.
But, Claire, the wonderful thing about freedom is you can be a slave to God all you want. Nobody can take that away from you. You can be an agnostic, but you can just practice Sharia law because you just love it. And you can do that till you die. But here's the thing is you can't force other people to do it. You can't say, well, if you don't believe in it, you got to do it anyway, because if not, I'm going to kill you. And that seems to be the path religion has taken for a long time. Stab. Hey, if you like it, knock yourself out.
Yes, we are not going to come door to door, Kinky, and tell you to not stamp collect or not be a religion.
Wear 5 burqas if you want, if it makes you feel better. If you think that's going to make you holier, wear 5 of them. But don't force anybody else to wear. Yeah, because we're in the book of Numbers. 6 burqas would just be a little excessive. I think 5 would be
five covers,
just enough to make it so that no man can get even like a glimpse of what's going on there. Because if they did, they might have naughty thoughts.
I'm gonna keep on. I saw Biddy talking about this earlier. How hell really isn't about the right hell. I want to keep on talking about. There's nowhere in the Quran that seems to state that you need to cover your hair. It states that you need to be modest. But this is an interpretation that now you need to wear hijab. Hijab, once again, I have like my sliding scale, which is at least with a hijab, you can have a different colored hijab. You can wear makeup. You can do all this.
It's not as repressive.
I mean, and people have worn head coverings forever. There's actually a practicality if you are in the desert to wearing something so that sun doesn't hit you in the face.
It's like the turbans that they wear.
Yes, it's just when you're doing it for a celestial being, that's a different story. We're talking two different things.
What was Mubarak saying? Like it doesn't even I haven't read it, but he said it doesn't even clearly say no alcohol in the Quran. That was something Muhammad later, because I guess he had an alcoholic relative, and he was mean to Muhammad. So from that, Muhammad just said, "Okay, guys, no more alcohol."
Which I'm sad he was mean to Muhammad and had an abusive uncle. Nonetheless, you can't just ban alcohol because you had an abusive uncle. Well, apparently he can, but you shouldn't.
He said, "Just did." Boom. There you go. What you gonna do now?
What you gonna do, bitch? But the Levi pants, after the tribe of their fathers, were not numbered among them.
They stole Gavin's pants.
Damn it. They stole Gavin. Though, check out, and I still have to watch all of it, the debate between Mark and Gavin on Praise I Am.
Hopefully Mark will come on.
Channel. That's right. We should get him.
I want to ask him if he wants to come on and review that debate because it was a good debate.
So sending love out to Mark and go check that out.
And Mark really triggered Little PP. Little PP was not happy with Mark. No,
it happens sometimes.
The little PP gets a little shy, and people that don't agree with them.
Happens to us all. Levi's jeans. For the Lord Bob had spoken onto Charlton Heston, and for quite a long time, if I may say so myself. Only thou shalt not number the tribe of Levi genes, neither take the sum of them among the children of Ishmael. But thou shalt appoint the Levi genes over the tabernacle of testimony. That really sounds now like we're getting an EverQuest World of Warcraft.
Like the mercy seat.
Like, yeah, it's not just a tabernacle. Now it's the tabernacle of testimony. Yes. And over all the vessels thereof, and over all the things that belong to it,
they were being made the priest class at this point.
They were being made the priest class. They were getting upgraded. They've leveled up. They shall bear the tabernacle and all the vessels thereof. So many vessels. And
bear the tabernacle? I mean, what would they do to the tabernacle? Bear it. Bear it.
Bear it.
There you go.
And they shall minister unto it.
Minister onto that tabernacle, baby.
And shall encamp roundabout. Oh, they have roundabout technology even back then.
They're just all up in that tabernacle. They are in it, on it, around it, over it.
Flipping it around. Also, sending love to Iron Charioteer. Sup,
Iron. Also someone who triggers little peepee.
Exactly. The Levi's genes. Oh, and here I'm seeing the end. In fact, because I'm seeing the end of the chapter, I am actually going to take a second to welcome everyone who joined us. We have been reading the 4th book of the Bible. We have just put Leviticus on the shelf, and we've opened up Numbers. We are about to be done the first chapter of Numbers, and so we are actually going to be sending the StreamYard link into chat so you can tell us about all of the wisdom that we've experienced. And
of course, this book of the Bible is sponsored by Neil the 604 Atheist. Book of Numbers.
The Book of Numbers, baby.
867-5309.
Woohoo! Sending love to Neil, who is a great guy. Sending love to his deconversion stories, which you guys should all check out. While I send this link into chat, in fact.
Have you? So you've never seen the memes of Brett Keane as a manatee?
I haven't until today.
Oh, you saw that today? Then he's got a famous video of him eating a cup of chili, like 5 years old. Like, it's been up there for 5 years, him eating a cup of chili, but he was sad because he didn't have any cheese in his chili, Amy. It was sad. No cheese in the chili. But if you want to sit there and watch Brett Keane eat chili, if that sounds like a good time for you, you can, because it is on YouTube.
Your life will say that is one of the most YouTube moments I've ever heard, is someone eating 5-year-old chili.
Not 5. The video is 5 years old.
Okay.
Yeah. Not eating 5. The video's been up for a while, but yeah.
And all right, I'm going to send the link into chat, but we are going to finish off the chapter. So if you'd like to join our Skeptic Bible study, send in that now. And with that, we're back at our Levi's. We had Levi jeans, or we just got done with Levi?
I think we're on 51, yeah. 51.
Oh, back to Tabernacle. And I feel like, we've had these armies, but nothing's bad's happened. So I feel like it's a good chapter so far.
Like you said, the best offense is a good defense, or the best defense is a good offense. There you go.
That's right,
so
baby.
Big of an army, nobody will ever mess with you.
And when the tabernacle, our favorite tent, setteth forward, is that what it does? The Levi's jeans shall take it down. And when the tabernacle is to be pitched, happens to, all of us, and when you're first waking up, I understand, it's okay. The Levi jeans shall set it up, and the stranger that cometh, nigh shall be put to death.
Oh, wow.
Whoa,
Okay.
whoa, ho, ho, ho.
That took a turn for the morbid very quickly.
Yeah, I was getting excited, and then just like that.
Set up the tent. Yeah, if they need to pitch it. And by the way, if anybody wanders close to it, kill them.
Kill them. And the children of Ishmael shall pitch their tents, every man.
They're going camping?
You could take that many different ways, but sure.
Yeah.
By his own camp. And
Amy
every
pitches
man,
and catches.
Woohoo! And every man by his own standard throughout their hosts.
Everybody's got their own level of standards, you know.
Everybody's got their own standards. But the Levi's genes shall pitch roundabouts about the tabernacle of testimony, and you'll get +5 dexterity. That there be no wrath upon the congregation of the children of Israel Shishmael. And the Levi's genes shall keep the charge of the tabernacle of testimony and keep their 5 dexterity points. What does that say? Oh, that says kill any stranger that comes near the tabernacle. Oh, cool. And the children of Shmishmael, did according to all that the Lord Bob commanded Charlton Heston. So did they. And the Israelites did what God commanded Moses.
Yay.
Yay. Oh, my lordy. Or this lordy, apparently. That's what he claims his name is.
Oh, jealous.
Oh, jealous. Oh, the God of war.
I am that I am.
I am that I am. And
Praise
all
me.
right, with that, it's going to bring us to our... What do you think, James?
I mean, I think we're both just blown away with what we've read so far today. And, you know, if you need evidence that this Bible is supernatural in origin, I don't know what else you need than this. I mean, the way those numbers were just coming up so precisely, that had to be an act of God.
Had to be a God. How else could you explain it? That they knew.
No, you couldn't. It clearly says God spake unto Moses over and over again. I mean, do you have evidence God didn't spake to Moses? I don't think you do. So
I
if we don't
feel
have any
like
evidence
at
to
this
the contrary,
point, Moses would need like a shield to block all the spray that God has been spacking. But yeah, you can't prove it wrong, right, James?
Yeah, you can't prove it didn't happen. So therefore, anybody who comes by the tabernacle, sucks to be them.
Sucks to be them.
Oh, you want to walk by our tent, do you? You want to walk? Come here. We got something for you.
Do. It's a stabbing.
I wasn't doing anything. I was just looking at it. That's what they all say.
Yeah. We heard it with the strange fire. And all right, in a second, we are going to be moving into our open mic. I do see that Claire is backstage.
Oh,
but if anyone else would also like to, I'm also going to pin it. And we're going to go for about an hour. But it's been fun. My gosh, I'm glad to be. What do you think, James? We're finally through Leviticus. Is Numbers? Do you remember reading Numbers when you were a child, or?
I'm sure we did. This so far doesn't bring up very many memories. I guess Numbers chapter 1 wasn't one of the big hits that they, go back to over and over again. The wisdom of counting, all the tribes. So
much wisdom. Yeah, this chapter reminded me of the Dukes.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of the Genesis, the genealogies.
Exactly.
Which which apparently I guess you can use that to figure out the age of the Earth. Apparently it works. You can do that.
Oh, that's right. You can go all the way back and you can see that it was really 6,000 years old. It all makes sense.
And if science conflicts with that, then who's wrong, Amy? God or the scientist?
You're going to have to, I mean, you can't not go with God, James. Come on now.
But the thing about that is when it says that all the graves opened up and that's hyperbole. You don't have to take that literally. You don't have to take that part literally because scholars and researchers, they have said that one passage is hyperbolic. You don't have to take that literally.
It's just that one, but the rest, exactly.
The killing gay people, absolutely, absolutely literally. Yes.
And okay, I'm excited. I'm always excited to talk to theists, so I can't help myself. With that, I think, James, is your body ready?
We'll find out.
We'll find out. With that, we're moving into our Skeptic Bible Study open mic. We have been reading the book of Numbers, chapter 1. Woohoo! How are you doing, Claire? Like I just said, just got through the book of Numbers, chapter 1. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts?
On the book of Numbers.
Well, on the book of Numbers, but then we can. I get the feeling you want to talk theology, but
yes.
Anything else?
Well, whatever is the subject of this channel. I imagine, God and his laws and why, oh why, and that kind of thing, which I love to discuss.
Well, we are. I would say I frame it as we are a skeptic channel. We're not afraid of the A word. I would say we are a whole bunch of atheists here, though I do love my both metaphorical, liberal, and scientific-based theists. I view them as my allies too. So it's all of those.
Yeah, I really don't understand why people keep talking about science as if it has anything to do with whether you can tell God exists or not, because God, even if he doesn't exist or exist, can't be perceived through science.
Because if he's God, if he wanted to hide himself from science, he could certainly do that, make himself undetectable. Yeah.
No, I mean, science is only the study of material objects and the laws of physics, and God can't be perceived as, through any of this methodology. And in the end, we still choose. Scientists still choose to believe.
You don't think that's strange? You don't think it's strange that God can't appear in the physical reality?
No, because the whole idea is that you have to choose to believe, and that will always be a moral and political choice. And the evidence will always be 50-50, so we have to choose.
But that doesn't seem to be the case. God talks with people all the time, at least in the Torah and the New Testament and the Quran. It's not like they don't have faith at all. God's like right here.
Well, the thing is, you disbelieve it, and lots of Jews in existence disbelieve it.
Who?
Disbelieve the narrative that God gave Moses the Torah and all that. So although you have these scripture that is said to be from God, said to be the directly revealed word of God, if they're talking about the Torah and the Quran, there are people who reject it. And but also the narrative is that we have all been given free will by God to believe or disbelieve. So he's got all the excuses, really.
It's like holding a gun to your head and saying, no, you really do have choices. Take my word for it. It's like, it's not free will if he burns you forever. And especially the Muslim God who burns.
But the thing is, you can disbelieve. Because, okay,
I do disbelieve.
if you want to, yes, and you do have that choice, and you do exercise that choice. But just because you are allowed to exercise that choice doesn't mean that God doesn't exist, because the narrative is that God gives us free will to yes, obey or disobey, and obviously we will choose to believe if we choose to obey, and choose not to believe if we choose to disobey, because it wouldn't make sense to say I'm going to be an out and proud gay man and believe in God, because it just wouldn't make sense.
Religion doesn't really make sense. You just ignore the passages that you don't like. That's what most religious people do. But I let you guys fight about that, because I view the passages against gays as a negative. I view that as evidence that it's not a God. It's written man-made and inspired by men. Yeah. This is if the fact that a God even cares about gay sex, I think, is proof pudding that it was written by guys.
I mean,
but the narrative is that God protects his people, meaning the Jews, whose book you are reading now. And
why would he have to have one people? Why couldn't he just be the God for
another
everybody?
Concept I dislike. Any guy that says you're my chosen people, run.
Why arbitrarily just pick one group of people and communicate with them, and then why would any intelligent being do it?
Because he had to kickstart his project somewhere, somehow. He can't, he had to pick somebody, right?
He apparently tried many times. The other funny thing about this God is he has a terrible ratio. He fails so much, like comically amount.
Okay, but I mean, the Jews are considered why did he choose us? And we're so few and really such low status people, because not only were they slaves to the Pharaoh, they were fleeing slaves, which is even more low status than being a slave.
Because of God, God made them slaves.
Yeah, and the story is that because in their 40 years of wandering, they obeyed his laws. They conquered Canaan and established the ancient state of Israel, ancient kingdom of Israel, and even now they are the world's most powerful and ancient tribe, and people still perceive them as a group, a tribe.
Can I take this in a different direction, Claire? Have you ever heard the voice of God? Has God actually ever spoken to you?
No, of course not. I did. Okay, if I said that, you'd all think, I was mad. I don't think
we've heard
people really say that. That people form conclusions and use God to, to support whatever conclusion that they come to. Right, I think that is really more the practice of people. I mean, I know people who claim to have a very intimate relationship with God, and some of them I think are even atheists, because they like to say my best friend is God, and I just spoke to God today, and he told me this, and he didn't tell you anything because you're not, he's not your best friend. That kind of thing. But I don't do that because I'm agnostic. But I pay attention to what the narrative is, and
hey Mike.
Hey Mike.
Don't mind
I guess I just don't understand why would it be like the main point of all this is that God wants people to, your eternal destiny is going to be based on whether you're willing to arbitrarily just choose to believe in him. Even though he's hiding himself from you, you don't have sufficient evidence to make a rational conclusion he's real. He wants you to just believe anyway. I mean, why is that
helps. It helps that you believe in order to obey his laws. Do you see? So if you think, the laws sound okay, I think it makes sense at some level. Obviously, if you want to go forth and multiply and become a great nation and take over the world, that we have to multiply, and practice marriage, because there's no point, having lots of children and not parenting them properly. So the father's got to be head of the household and, impose discipline, and then we will conquer the world, as the Romans did.
Why does the father have to be the head of the household? And all this other, I feel like it, in my opinion, I actually am a fan of family value. I'm a fan of people trying to have an awesome family. I think that 2 parents are preferable. I think you just need one person who unconditionally loves you in life, at least one, minimally, to how should I say this? To have a good anchor for a childhood.
It's a child protection scheme, isn't it? Marriage, because if one of your
I feel like you're going 180. You're going 180 on me now. Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, it just felt like you're going 180 from it. It felt like you're like, it has to be from the head of the household. Also, marriage is a scam.
No. I said marriage is a child protection scheme. So if you have two parents, 2 married parents living together, and one of them is abusive, you at least have the other, in theory, who's okay and who might protect you. But if you only have one, and that parent is abusive, you don't stand much of a chance. So that would be the purpose of marriage, as I see it.
I'm gonna be doing a presentation about that coming up soon. I think we're gonna see that that's not always the case, but I mean, yeah, it often doesn't work out that way, unfortunately, for the kids.
And in a second, or right now, actually, might as well. Conops, let's get you in.
A friend of Claire's.
Woohoo! We are skeptic.
You know this person?
Yes.
We are.
He doesn't agree with me, so you'll be happy.
Well, we love everybody.
We like it when people disagree with us on here. We don't like the echo chamber.
Exactly. I would say we get lots of our skeptic crew on here, but we also kind of like some pushback. Though a lot of the pushback, they also view themselves as skeptics. So we just love everybody. But Conops, we are, as I squeak, Skeptic Bible Studying. We just opened the first book of Numbers, but we're also talking some theology. Hope you're doing good. And what are your thoughts?
Yeah, what up? What up, Amy? What up, Claire? Yeah, I have to be a bit.
How you doing?
How you doing, guys? So, for me, like, I am a associate of Claire, but Claire and me don't always get along. Like, how would you say we're more oppositional? So I'm actually much more on your side than I am on Claire's side. And I was also wondering if you guys are actually knowing what you're dealing with. So with Jenny and Claire, because you guys know that they're from the old right? You know this, right?
I would say that I know that, like the whole alignment with the global homo, that type of thing. Yeah. It's complicated because we let everybody generally on under the banner that, I tend to be an anti-theist. And that tends to be the main shtick, is talking religion and not politics. Also, I feel bad because you're throwing Jen under the bus. She might not feel like she aligns with that. I see her laughing, and we actually had her on for a debate.
I don't think Jen is alt-right. I don't think I haven't heard her espouse anything. I haven't heard her politics.
Okay, so ask
We're not a political channel, though.
Ask her who controls the world. Well, she says the central banks, and who controls the central banks? The Jews. She's quite clear about this. But I mean, look, I am all for open debate, but I'm just want you to know who
my parents own the banks.
Yes, you control the world, Amy. You didn't know this, but you do control the world, according to Jen.
Well, Do you know the term "I'm Switzerland"?
I know the country Switzerland, but you're always Switzerland.
Yes. Until I know, P. Mars found out the hard way that once I actually know, then. But we welcome everybody on.
Oh, man, that's great. I just look. I am for open debate as well, and I think it's great to have conversations. I just think it's important for people to be aware of who people are. All right.
And I will say, to go more towards what I think about with Claire, because Claire is a fundie. The fundies have the super right wing, and we're almost kind of used to that when not even Claire, but we're used to the 6,000-year-old. The gays are bad, the trannies are bad, the everything's bad except for what it says in the Holy Book. And so,
divorce is bad until I get divorced, and divorce is okay. Yeah,
and
it's okay
so
now.
I'm hoping this may be my naivety, but I feel like a lot of those terrible views actually stem from the religions that stem from the holy text. And if we could just peel them away from those three main holy texts, they would drop so much of this far social right-ism.
Jen, her religious text would actually be like her own writing, right? Because I don't think she has any text that she goes by. She doesn't have any peers, she said. But
yeah, she has a blog. It's not being peer reviewed, but she has a blog. Yeah.
Yeah. Is Claire published? You publish her
and I will say
there?
she's welcome to join. I'm not going to take any sides except to say that, man, did this chapter not need to be in the book of the Bible tonight. It was like the Dukes. See?
Yeah, they could have left it out.
So do you guys also criticize the Quran?
Absolutely.
Yes,
in fact, our last episode was just looking at 10 historical facts for Islam. Surprise, surprise, people. There were no historical facts.
Yeah, we didn't hear any, but he tried. He swung and he missed.
He tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I always wondered this about Claire, because, I mean, Islam, we have the Quran. We know that it's probably written about 40 years after the supposed prophet would have lived. But all the hadith collections that are found are written down about 200 years later. And so we don't actually know what the life of Muhammad was, what he did. And most of the stories that are, turned out 200 years later.
I feel like I understand. If I could just interrupt you, I understand Claire's thing. She doesn't believe it. I don't even think she's not a theist. Yeah. She doesn't think Islam is true. I understand her thing now. She is a completely ends justifies the means. That is what she's saying. I think that because of what's in the text is horrible. It's not going to ends justify the means. But I don't know how to win Claire over because Claire is telling us right now she doesn't believe it, or it's not true, or not. It's not true.
We don't know. We don't know.
She's
because
never
Claire
spoken
also said.
She says she's an agnostic, so she doesn't know.
She said sometimes she believes, sometimes she doesn't, and she, I know she thinks it's useful, or the Quran. She thinks it's useful to society. I think it isn't. But she also says that if you're a Muslim, it's more difficult to promote Sharia. So she says it's actually better to hide your beliefs. This is what we call taqiyya in Arabic. So hide your beliefs.
So push for the positions of Sharia without calling it, or without saying I'm pushing Sharia. You just implement it through the back door.
I will say that is hard to do. When she is, that may actually be the case. Though I will say that is hard to do. I mean, she is wearing the icon. I kind of want to ask Claire: do you cover? What level are you? Do you wear a hijab? Do you wear a burqa in real life? You don't have to answer.
No, I don't. I don't wear a niqab. I mean, I do possess a niqab when when I was doing stand-up comedy, but that was a while back.
An Islamic stand-up comedian. You just won Amy over.
I mean, well, I will say, my favorite comedian, living comedian. Well, no, my actual second favorite comedian in the world is a Muslim. He is probably lots of people's favorite comedian. They just don't know he's a Muslim, and that is Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is a Muslim. He just doesn't talk about it because he is the rare. I find that the liberals and the conservative religious people tend to be very vocal, but the moderates, as most moderates, is it charismatically? I'm trying to think of how to say it. Would do is they don't like to talk about it. So he roasts everything else, but religion he doesn't tend to talk about a lot.
Oh, right.
But there you go.
Okay, I didn't know that. I mean, actually, I have heard the name, but I didn't
Dave
associate him with being okay.
He doesn't really talk about religion. That's not his thing. But he is because Billy's probably my favorite, but Dave Chappelle is probably my second favorite comedian out there. I can't help it. Those are my idols on this channel as a comedy podcast.
Yeah, but I mean, Dave Chappelle is a Muslim. I'm not so sure if he actually believes still in everything. So he's from a Muslim sort of background in the Afro-American community. But even if he believes, he doesn't believe in like what Claire believes in chopping off hands and stuff like this, and beating your wife, forced prostitution, stuff like this. Dave Chappelle doesn't believe in that. I mean, there are different kinds of Muslims, and some of them are more fanatical than others.
I have my particular interpretation of the wife beating verse. I do think that prostitution should be done only in licensed brothels. And I think ultimately slavery has never been forbidden by any scripture, so therefore it should be tolerated. So that's my position on the subject.
Yeah, there we go. There we have the alt-right views.
Well, I don't know if the alt-right actually share my views, but I am associated with the alt-right because I support nationalism in principle, which I define as government in the national interest, and I don't see how you can run any country if you don't have a moral system that is also the law of the land, which everyone, even if they don't agree with, will at least say, well, that is the law of our country. And I think that is necessary to actually have national sovereignty. And I see that the problem now is a lot of people in the West complaining about immigration and having an identity crisis, including the Jews. They are having an identity crisis all the time, which is why they've had 4 elections in 2 years.
Including the Jews.
Yes.
Including the Jews.
I care about everyone.
This obsession with the Jews. I do know.
Well,
like, I mean, whether for good or for ill, it's an obsession, Claire, for all of you guys.
Well, because all religion, all the Abrahamic faiths are based on Judaism. They can't even deny that. You know, the Christians worship a Jew.
I know. I've been trying to undo my ancestors' problems the whole time.
She's working on it.
I'm working on it. Yo, the problem I have with my Jewish ancestors and all the people around me is they know that it's not real. I go to them and they're like, guys, there may not be a God. They're like, God, who believes in a God anymore? I'm like, you do. You're the Jews.
Nah.
But I always get a little bit weary. But that's actually the template. That's actually the template. I want what is happening to the Jews. I want that to happen to the Christians. I want that to happen to the Muslims. Is I want people to slowly but surely go away from their holy book. My thing is why would you want this God? He's not a nice guy in any of these texts. Yeah. In the Torah, in the New Testament, in the Quran, he is just a dick. Can't we just figure it out ourselves? Do we need a guy?
Yes,
a guy up high?
Because people want to believe in it, and what, however much scorn you pour over the whole idea, there will be these people in the world who want to believe in the Abrahamic God, who is apparently perfectly moral, who will right all wrongs, if not in this life, in the next life.
Well, if you think that
they want to believe in it.
Forced sexual slavery, if you think
they
that forced sexual slavery is moral, yeah, then he's perfectly moral. But if you think like me that this is, of course, a sickening thought, then of course it's not perfectly moral. I think your moral system is.
He's not even very moral.
The deal is that you can have slave girls, but of course you will make the leap into sexual slavery. If you want to make them your sex slaves, you actually have to ask.
How about just no slaves?
But Claire,
you have to ask them if they want to work in your brothels. That is the deal. Or
you want to work in my brothel, Amy?
Up to 4 of them.
Yes. Now wait. Do you know? There's a difference between working in a brothel and making money, and I am a slave. Like, a slave is no momo, no money. Like, you have sex with the people, but then someone else gets the money, and then you go home with someone else. Like it's not like a works program. Like, this is
so Amy, let me ask you something. Do you ever hear about the South Korean comfort girls during the Second World War?
Say the sentence again. During the First World War.
Did you ever hear about the South Korean comfort girls in the Second World War that the Japanese used?
They kidnapped them.
I did not, but now my picture is building as you're building it.
Okay, so
the practice of providing comfort women to Japanese soldiers.
The North Koreans do it too. They still kidnap people and use them for
clarify that was a bloody good thing. To give you an idea.
Yeah, I'm
so forced
perfectly
prostitution was a good thing.
Well, that's to prevent the random rape of the local women by Japanese soldiers, which happened a lot in the rape of Nanking. And I think that the Japanese realized, that gave us a very bad reputation.
But there was kidnap going on?
No. Okay,
yes,
but the process of comfort women is that you round up
a pleasure squad for the soldiers, so they won't have to rape women on the land.
To be prostitutes for the Japanese soldiers, so that the soldiers don't go around raping the local women, which causes
it's a set of girls that are designated for rape. That way, they won't rape other women. I think.
Yes. Well, that's
that is the deal.
That's Claire's argument.
Yeah, I mean, the others can understand it. You just pretend to be shocked.
No, I don't. It's not pretending to be shocked. I don't understand how you don't understand this guy's the villain. Like, it's always like you set up the scenario for like the Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm trying to wrap my head around sex slaves. Like, did they pay them? Did they if they didn't volunteer and they didn't give them money, then it was just a rape lottery. I'm trying to.
Well, that is exactly what it was.
If you ask the question, I will answer, but I don't understand your question so far. I mean, the deal is that, okay, you're captured, you're a slave girl, you have the option of I don't know, cleaning toilets to earn your manumission, or you can work as a prostitute to earn your manumission quicker.
The
Islamic practice of slavery is that you always get the option that manumission is implied. You're not a slave forever. Manumission.
So you have to be raped for 10 years, Claire?
Your liberty eventually.
Okay, so you have to be raped for 10 years to find your freedom. Is that a good idea, Claire?
Well, if you have volunteered to be a prostitute, then you have implicitly consented, and the verse in the Quran is that you must not force your slave girls into slavery. So it's already there. You don't force them. So it's
they can either die or they can be your slave. Is that the choice?
What? No, they can do something else. I mean, the deal is, if they want to be prostitutes, they can work in your brothels, but if they don't want to be, you're not supposed to force them. There is a verse that says this.
But so why are you enthusiastic about the comfort girls then? That's strange.
I'm not enthusiastic. I never said I was enthusiastic. What I said was the explanation for that was that the Japanese thought it would be worse for the locals if they allowed their soldiers to randomly rape the local women. But you somehow can't understand that.
And in a second,
religion,
I want to.
Gentlemen, this is religion. This is where religion takes us.
But I want to add in I'm sorry, Wilson and Jen. So we're going to go down the list. I'm sorry, Wilson. We are having some fun. We are talking about the Bible. We have been picking up the first book, the first chapter of the fourth book of the Bible, Numbers, and also talking some theological questions. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
I'm fantastic. I don't call it the Booble. I call it the Buble.
The Buble.
For Michael Bublé, that's even better.
Yeah. I do like me some Michael Bublé.
Woohoo!
For the most part, Amy, I am a big fan of yours. Ever since I saw you debate Nephilim Free and just bent him over. Like, Amy destroyed Nephilim Free because
she bent him over.
Yeah, Nephilim Free has been doing the same shtick for the last 10 years. He's never changed.
Unfortunately.
The fact that people are still trying to, milk the old, Christian cows, I don't get it. Like, why do you want to bring up, like, the Bible thumping wingnut and Matthew 4:19 and Nephilim Free? Hey, here's a fun answer. Why don't you guys bring up Matt Bell? Oh, you swept that one under the rug, didn't you?
Woohoo! Well, thank you so very much. I'm sorry. And I will say that was a fun debate. And poor Neffy, he's actually come on here recently. And I think
he didn't have a good time.
Rage quit either 2 or 3 times on the stream. I
think it was twice, yeah.
But we love you, Neffy. You're welcome to come back on. But woohoo! Thank you so very much. I'm sorry, Wilson. And all right, we'll move down to Jen, then we'll go back into open conversation.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome on, Wilson. Hey, Jennifer.
Woohoo, Jen.
The Popess of Entropy herself.
I just want to come on real quick. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Amy.
Well, no, I just wanted to say welcome, Jen. We have been Skeptic Bible.
Hi, Jen.
So we're reading the first book of Numbers, the first chapter in the fourth book of the Bible, and talking some theological questions. How are you, and what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
Not too sure what I could say about the Bible. Because I sort of have a little bit more nuanced views of, I don't know, I try to give a bit of benefit of doubt to religion, I guess. So I guess I'd rather just, like David says, sort of focus on the stuff that can be shared. I just kind of wanted to clear my name from what Kanov said, because I kind of feel like this is like a lot of people want to mischaracterize me because they don't like what I say. In his case, I think it's just deflection from his own proclivities that I won't talk about because I'm not that kind of person, but certainly love that we've gotten into a theological discussion, and I apologize for this weirdos that are stalking me, essentially.
Hey, we love everybody here, and thank you so very much, Jen. Woohoo! And with that, we will move back into the open conversation. I think he did. I don't know if it was because or just randomly, but sending love. Thank you so very much, Con Ops, for being part of our panel, and we'll go probably on for like another half an hour because we are having fun on our Skeptic Bible Study. It's the open mic portion, so if you feel like joining us, link is pinned in chat.
So, Amy, may I ask you, who is your most frustrating person to debate with?
I will say that I feel like I was not able to get almost any of my questions out with Darth Dawkins. I normally am able to get at least the questions out.
There's no way I would have been that patient as you. I don't know how you did it, honestly.
Amy, I saw that debate, and you did your best. You tried to have a conversation.
Darth's not there to converse. He's there to try to make you look like an idiot. That's all he's trying to do.
Yeah,
did you notice how long he was spending on Newman? You just said something rude.
And Amy, I'm sorry, but you are.
Have you ever been diagnosed with ADD?
Well, what I was going to say is that, Amy, I'm sorry, you are a intelligent young woman. You are no Shannon Q. Shannon Q derailed him every single time.
That is a compliment in my book, what you just said, because Shannon Q is the Cisnat, and we should all... there are few people in the skeptic community that have similar ideas to brains and consciousness as I do. Leophilius sometimes can share that. And then Shannon Q is very knowledgeable in consciousness. So shout out to her. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Wilson?
if you can have a conversation with Christopher Mowdy or Shannon Mowdy, that would be highly intellectual. I've spoken with Shannon once, but those are two very high respect atheists, but they are stupid smart.
Mm-hmm. I agree. What was the second one you just said?
Did somebody BTFO Darth Dawkins?
I don't know why. What happened?
Oh, I thought you were referring to someone. Yeah, Shannon Q. Did she BTFO Darth Dawkins?
Doesn't surprise me. I bet she kept her cool with him.
Oh, no. Every time that he tried to derail the conversation, she called him out.
Wouldn't let him build his rabbit holes.
He just kept baiting Amy with the stick. Okay, yeah, I'll let you go with your questions. Just answer a couple more questions, and then I'll... But that, of course, it never comes to where he's never going to answer your question.
That's what he said.
But if you were worried if you try to be more assertive, he would just kick you, boot you out anyway. So,
well, the problem is if he had to answer any of my questions, he actually would have had to defend his theology for once in his life, which he really does not like doing. Yeah, he's there.
The interrogator.
He reminds me now. I will say the Muslim apologists that I've gone on, they've been much nicer. At least the E.F. Dawas and the Thought Adventure podcast and all this, they've been much nicer. But it's the same line of thought of this whole. Just all they want to argue about is deism. All they want to talk about is just this nebulous cause. But they're not deists. They're not pantheists. They are very much specific Abrahamic theists, and they just don't want to defend those claims. And I see Claire. I will say, I forgot. I was in T-Jump's stream the other day. I'm actually going to ask T-Jump to see if he'd like to come on, because I think you have a really interesting subject. But if he can't, or for other subjects, I'd be up for putting you up against Leophilius. I think that'd be a fantastic match.
Oh, great. Yes, he's a.
Does she know Leophilius?
I've seen him in action. He's quite impressive, I think.
Yeah,
Leo would be good.
Leo's highly intelligent.
T-jump would be probably pretty interesting because you both essentially use a similar approach. So it'd be nice to see that torpedo itself in real time.
But the thing with T-jump is that he's
Jen would just sit and watch the popcorn.
Oh, you know me, baby. I'm going to be knee deep in popcorn the whole time.
Your fried potatoes. Yeah.
Carbs are never a bad idea, any form.
Now, Amy, would you be willing to have a discussion with a Christian rationalist?
Sure.
That's an oxymoron.
Oh no! Like
Shire.
There is
they self-identify.
There is a lovely woman on YouTube by the name of the Holy Spackle.
That sounds familiar.
Spackle she will talk to anybody. Hence the name Spackle. Like she smooths things over. She doesn't identify as like a fundamentalist Christian. She kind of calls herself like a Christian deist.
Can somebody tell me what you mean when you say deist? It is a little unclear.
Deist?
A Christian deist?
Well, I don't know what a Christian deist is, but a deist, when I mean deism, I mean a God that has no effect on the world, or if they did affect the world, they no longer have. So all the first cause arguments, the contingency arguments, all the stuff that is just very nebulous.
Vague, very vague notions.
You are a pantheist, so I'm fine when you defend concepts that are, I don't want to say nebulous, but just different than their actual claims. Their claims are not first cause arguments. They believe in Christianity because of a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And that's really what I'm interested in, because I find that more fascinating than I'm interested in philosophy.
Yeah. When you get to the nuts and bolts, it's like, why is there something rather than nothing? You don't know, therefore God.
I'm not trying to misrepresent Spackle's position. I might be getting it wrong, but I do think that would be a absolutely enlightening conversation between the two of you.
I would love to talk with her.
I will try to forward her your channel.
Woohoo! Yeah, we have a whole show. We'll do a skeptic and we have this. Our midnight rantings and our Bible studies tend to be heavy open mic, but we can actually have a whole episode just for her.
Yeah, I can try to. Yeah, I'll try to forward your channel towards her. She is a very, very understandable person. Like she will have a conversation with anybody. I mean, we're talking about someone who has dealt with Chanting for Christ for the upwards of about 10 years.
It's never sitting for Christ. No.
What? Lying for truth, lying for Christ?
Yeah. Lying for Christ. Trolling for Jesus is still the funniest thing to me.
Speaking of which, looks like I'm going to debate Ralph or something. Probably won't happen, but whatever. I'll do it if he wants to.
On your channel, on his channel?
Whatever. I don't endorse this debate because I don't think it's going to be any chance of any learning happening. Just going to say that.
But Ralph was here earlier, and I didn't announce it, so he didn't know, but or at least not
yet.
Gave
him a shout out in the chat.
Why did you ban him?
Ban him? No, he left before the open mic. There's only one person.
We don't ban people just because we disagree with them.
There is only one person banned in the history of this channel, and it's because he broke the TOS very hard.
Yeah.
Very, very hard. And so, other than that,
he got
triggered. And that was after he rage quit himself. We didn't even kick him. He rage quit, and then he went out of his way to break the TOS on the channel. Lest you do that, you gotta try. You have to literally try to get banned.
No, please tell me who that was.
It was Awesome Mars, P Mars. He's called. He literally renamed himself.
The Chomo.
I don't even want to say the letter. It's like he's trolling himself. He picked that letter as his new. Yeah. So
P Mars is the same person that he's in cahoots with, like Brett Keane and J-Dubs.
Smokey.
Yeah.
And I hear them. Supposedly, they're all going through an inner battle. Supposedly, Smokey says that word. I haven't heard him say it, but other people have heard him say it. It's the only word.
I've never heard him say it, but yeah.
You can use any other freaking slang term.
I have heard him refer to himself.
You don't have to use that.
By his first name before, though.
And I've seen him on camera. He has used himself on camera. Not Smokey, I don't think. But P Mars.
But Smokey's been on cam.
Like action. I don't get the whole people who don't show themselves thing. Like not like right now when you're off, it takes a lot of energy out of you to be on camera. I just mean have never, and then
like purposely
try and hide. Yes, and try and purposely hide.
Smokey.
Yes, like the
Smokey
Dark
probably
Dawkins.
went into his computer, disconnected the laptop, so there's no way, or disconnected the camera, so there's no way he could ever flip it on by accident.
Unless you are, I'm thinking, unless you're an ex-Muslim and then you don't want to. I was seeing some ex-Muslims come on Apostate Prophet, and they couldn't say who their name was. They didn't want their name. I had one guy last night on Pine Creek's channel. He didn't even want his voice out there, so he was typing. That I am sympathetic for. Yes, no, Mubarak is the friggin' man, and my heart goes out to the exes of specific religions that have a harder. Oh God, they're coming for us.
You're getting some GSM interference on your line. I'm sorry, Wilson.
But Muslims, Jehovah's Witnesses,
the devil calling.
Just these specific religions. It's good while you're in, though I don't know how Claire gets treated among other Muslims, but the apostates do not get treated well. But I love that word. Ride that apostate flag, baby.
She has caused quite a lot of unrest with Muslims. A lot of them have liked her for a bit and then decided they didn't like her anymore. So she's a bit controversial.
I am awash in the apostasy.
Wash in the apostasy. Bring it on, baby.
I'm just slurping up noodles.
Amy's campaign, Sodomy for Jesus.
Woohoo!
Our actual plan to have Catholics smuggle the communion wafers out of their churches after they've been consecrated to becoming the body of Jesus Christ. And she could have an encounter with God.
I could have a real one-on-one like I've always wanted. I always love the God will not be mocked quote. They then, I think, changed that or to like he won't be mocked after you die, or maybe he'll catch up to you. But currently, God is very easy to mock. I just want to point that out. Very, very easy.
I mean, if I were to believe in God, I would believe in Azathoth. Because he's a blind idiot that he wouldn't know if I'm mocking him or not.
There you go. Just run away. And so we'll go praise I am that I am. We'll go for a little bit longer.
I felt bad. I made him quit the stream today. Oh, I'm sorry, Praise.
Oh, I saw that. I'm
sorry. I was being mean to Praise.
Being such a meanie face. But we love them. We love all our theist brothers and sisters. Sup, Mama Juju, and everybody out there
on Twitch, our growing Twitch numbers.
That's right. And the next time I see Blaster Master, you got to tell me and say something in chat so I can mod your butt.
Mod in Twitch.
Which is great. I'm so excited. Our Twitch community is growing.
Praise you.
Praise you. The Leophilius debate got postponed, I think.
It's not Friday anymore?
Wasn't it supposed to happen when Mark was having his?
Yeah, and then they rescheduled to this Friday.
So that's what I mean. So now it's happening this Friday.
So I'll say, I don't know. I have to see if he wants us to cover that one or if he wants to do his own little thing after that.
Oh, that's right. Does he throw after parties? We can go to his after party if he's throwing one. If not, we can throw one.
Yeah, if he wants to, yeah, we can go.
What do you think of the Quran and the Hadith then, Claire? Do you follow all of its tenets? How much of its tenets do you follow?
As a Quranist, a Quran is basically uses the Quran, while the average Muslim will be referring to the Hadith, and the worst things you have heard about the Quran come from the Hadith. And in my view, the Quran is actually quite a liberal document, and its punishments are, well, they hardly mention punishments at all. So, it's just that these bloodthirsty Muslims want more severe punishments, and so they make up shit and they put it in the Hadith, and they say, this is the way of God, and they establish it after practicing it for centuries. So you can't even question it, because it's like, to question the Hadith is to be a Hadith denier, and to be a Hadith denier, you're a heretic. So
Claire's trying to get people to join a heretical sect of Islam by her own admission.
I'm saying, no. Secular Quranism is not a belief system. It's a legal system that accommodates atheists to polytheists. And I say this because there is a verse in the Quran, chapter 2, verse 256, that says there is no compulsion in belief. So using this legal system, you can have people who don't who don't even believe in God, accommodated, provided they obey the other laws. And the other laws are, I think, fair enough. No.
Can't you do that with a secular system? You can have everybody.
Well, under the current system, a lot of people are not happy because, they're not happy with gay marriage and transgenderism and immigration and, well, I mean, these are controversial things, and now suddenly...
Is it controversial to want to bring back whipping sluts?
But see,
that's
Claire...
the only way people will understand that you don't want...
Long story up, get out.
And when Jen says that, she means not the kinky kind. But,
as you know,
I'm sorry. I'm just quoting Claire here. That's one of the selling points of it. She thinks it's a selling point.
But see, that's the thing. Claire, that's the part that we're glad that we're getting away from. Like, in my view, we're going to go further into accepting homosexuality, further into accepting transgender people.
More global homo.
Further, right? More global homo. As 2 scoops of global homo. Like,
well, with the amount of, forgive my language, the tards that I deal with, when they try to promote homosexuality and transgenderism, they equate that to you're all pedos.
Yeah, what else can they say?
Exactly.
Well, that's the same thing with gay marriage. They said once gay marriage was going to be passed, that it would promote pedophilia.
Yeah, you abolish all the consent.
Which is the exact opposite. It's actually the liberal or whatever secular laws, whatever you want to came first and said, no sex with children. Children can't work in slave mines. Like all those laws were all
children
secular.
Can't consent.
Children can't consent. That's secular stuff, right?
It's a funny parallel. Like a lot of the arguments that people make about like the gays getting married, they're really parallel to arguments made in like the 40s and 50s about like interracial marriage.
Very similar, yeah. A lot of the same rhetoric. The decline of society, what's going to happen next? We'll have dogs and cats living together. I mean,
mass hysteria.
There you go.
I think transgender is the current one, and I think that is, what they're crazy, the religious right is, and I think eventually,
gay marriage, the first state in Massachusetts.
It was gay
like
marriage.
2005.
It was interracial marriage before that. I will say,
divorce and remarriage before that.
I like my team. We have a good track record. I feel like. Now, what I will say, Claire, my olive branch to you is that with all this, I am not trying to say throw family unit is terrible and, a man and a wife getting married and raising a child, how terrible. No, it's we want both. We want gays and straight people to be functional members of society in the best way that they can and to have healthy relationships.
But do you think it's possible to have both? Because really, the whole point of marriage is that it is basically saying only married couples have the right to have sex with each other and have children with each other. That is basically, the essence, the distillation of.
See, I don't think it's even as simple as that, because I know people have open marriages and stuff. But
I
would say
that is allowed, but the law, would say no, you can't have sex, in this way, and if you do, you're a sex offender, and even animals have their rules.
But why? Well, but see,
hang on.
Here's where we're taking it away from what it is and what you want it to be, because we have laws in place. A system of marriage for people to get married, but
and
we don't
to
need
raise
to
their status
criminalize
others. Otherwise, people won't do it because obviously, children are expensive.
Marriage is in decline already.
Claire,
people are stopping not doing
everybody in this. You're not married. That's why you don't care about marriage.
If you really wanted people to get married, you'd promote for them to be Hindus, which have the highest rate of marriage stability. But you don't really give a shit about that, so.
No, because Hinduism is a low status religion, and
says you because you're a bigot. You want to be that bigoted, and it's like here's all this science. So you're still going to be a bigot.
Let's not argue over
system of Hinduism. And India is a twice fallen civilization. They got taken over by the Muslims, and they got taken over by the British, and now they.
So I guess they have something that other people are jealous of.
No, you just get weak and then you get taken over. And this is the law of human nature. And if you think you're just going to get away with, being gay and transgender and nothing will happen and everything will just stay the way it is, well, no. I mean,
no, I don't think it's not that I don't think. I don't think it's that nothing will happen. I think it'll be awesome. I think it'll be a fantastic increase to civilization. And I disagree with it even weakening society. I think that we can have the strongest military in the world and still have gay marriage. Also, gays have always been around. I feel like this is just a remnant. I feel of men being icky. Have you seen the Old Testament laws about menstruation? Like, they just don't have a good view on sex. Like, these are hermited people that, look, for the time, this was our first attempt at science and a whole bunch of other things. But to then say that this is how it should be, like,
these countries that have all these sex laws that you want sex to be highly regulated, even where it is nobody virtually follows the law, then you have to punish all these people for just doing what evolution has compelled their bodies to want to do. And why? It doesn't make anybody happier. You're just imposing your will on.
What's happened in the West is that it is degenerate. It's.
But that's degenerate from what? From what?
You are degenerate if you can't do what your parents or your ancestors did, and I guess the modern Westerner can't get married and doesn't want to get married and doesn't want to have legitimate children and doesn't care if he dies childless. So
I can't fuck my cousin. I grew up in Ohio, and I can't fuck my cousin from 200 years ago.
But is degenerate just mean you can't make children? Because I have good definitions, and I feel bad. I just saw Peter fall out. But it just sounds like you are now using the word degenerate, because I love that word. I think because I was raised on 4chan. I want to know, how is it different from your version of degenerate from just what I don't like? Degenerate's just what I don't like.
No, degenerate is falling away from the rules of patriarchy, which is marriage and family values, which Amy seems to support, but not in theory. You can say, I'd like you to live, but I still want to stab you in the throat. That's kind of what you're saying in a way. Because if you want... you're saying you want LGBT, but you want strong families. It's not possible. Yeah. It's not possible to have both.
It's already happening. You're basically saying a gay family can't be a strong family, but a gay family can be a strong family, and it doesn't weaken
What do you mean by a strong family?
I would like to know, what do you mean? I actually have a definition, but you're the one saying a gay family cannot have a strong family, correct? Okay.
Any society that allows, that condones and tolerates extramarital sex and has condoned it to such a degree that more parents are unmarried parents than there are married parents, you're not going to have a society of strong families. You're
now you're switching subjects.
Homes, and having their mental health issues and not being able to
now you're bringing in mental health issues.
You are also bringing up divorce. Divorce has been 1 and 2 in America for a long time and had nothing. But because of no fault of being gay. Like, you're trying to, you are conflating subjects here. A gay marriage. And Peter, I also see you. Give me 1 second and I will add you in. There is a happy marriage. What is a strong marriage? 2 people who are there for each other, who strive to be the better half of one another, who are always there for one another. The same with their children. What does it mean to be a good parent? It means to be I learned from my mother, first of all, to unconditionally love. She taught me that she will always love me. She even used to say, she'd say it over weird. She'd be like, it doesn't matter if you're an axe murderer. I will always love you. That's what it means to be a good parent to have. She said it over and she said, I will say, that's why I think I'm a comedian. She said, I'm not an axe murderer, but she would say, she'd say, I have unconditional love for you. You could do blah, blah, blah. She'd say it. She would name things. I'm like, okay, Ma. But, and I feel the same way. I think if I had children, I would have unconditional love.
I would never say to my children, you can be anything you like and I will always support you. No.
Don't change the word. Don't change. It's not support you. I will always love you. That's something. Okay, so love, unconditional love. But then You also
unconditional love.
Who cares about we're talking about raising strong families, so I care about unconditional love. But also, to be a parent, you have to be a parent. I stole that from someone on Modern Day Debate. But so you have to be in their life. You have to be there for them when they have homework, when they are sick. That is what it means to have.
So you need two parents. You need to
hang on, pack your shit. We're moving to Pennsylvania.
And Peter, I'm gonna let you in.
But you need two parents in order to have a family, and they need to be of a different sex. And what do you mean by strong families?
Claire, can I ask a question?
Strong families.
Peter, go ahead, dear.
Can I ask a question to Claire?
Please do.
I'd love to hear from you how my relationship sucks and what I can do to fix that.
What's your relationship?
I'm in a relationship with 2 bisexual women.
Well, don't
so obviously
that
should suck incredibly, according to you, and it even I took my rules for that from the creatures that the good Lord created, the bonobos, who use sex as a greeting.
All right, but the bonobos are the ones threatened, and the chimps are not.
I'm not aware of that.
I actually think we're half.
If they are threatened, they're probably threatened by human beings.
Yeah. Well, do you want to be
most likely those
become extinct, or do you not? You prefer something else?
How would bonobos go extinct?
Yeah, Peter, may I ask a question?
Sure.
You're in a relationship with 2 bisexual women.
Yeah.
Those are rookie numbers. Get those numbers up. And swing for the fences, man. Come on.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure that you're criticizing.
Let me explain. So this wasn't actually my choice. This just happened.
I'm not mocking you. Like I'm trying to bring levity.
He was just making a joke.
Yeah. So, but I'm always a little bit offended if people say, well, it can't work and it's probably, it sucks and they're sad people and pedophiles, and I've heard pretty much everything.
More than offense. It's wrong. It's wrong. There are strong families. There are strong gay families. It is not degenerate. In fact, I find the concept of hell degenerate, speaking of that word.
As a matter of fact, my girlfriends have been in a relationship for nearly 20 years now. I just came in pretty recently.
Okay, so you have no plans to have offspring with either of your female sex partners.
Seeing that I'm going to be 60 next year, seeing that I'm going to be 60 next year, I wouldn't do that to any kid. No.
Okay, so you're
not
having
wrong.
Had I been younger, why not?
Yeah, but the idea of having a strong family doesn't come into it in your situation because you have no intention of fathering children with these women.
I just said, had I been younger, yeah, definitely. So what would be the problem then?
Well, I'm saying that if most marriages end in divorce because of no-fault divorce, then
yeah. Mostly the heterosexual ones, but carry on.
Well, I'm saying that if you're that there should be no gay marriage because marriage is for the purpose of having legitimate children, and gay people
who told you that? I mean,
that's how marriage was traditionally defined.
Yeah, traditionally,
by who?
Traditionally, like marriage was orchestrated by.
But there isn't a God, so we don't have to define it that way.
the only
Well,
thing
it's
the only thing
scripture.
that why marriage was defined is to have a legal system, so that if either of the couple passes away, that the other one then still has a legal right to their mutual possessions,
Yeah,
and
so
that
what's
can
wrong with
pass it
that? You seem to be
and can pass it on.
sneering at that as if
and
this
and
didn't
and
matter.
currently we're fighting. Canada is a little bit ahead of the Netherlands. We're fighting so that it can be possible to have multiple people in a relationship and have a similar thing, because that is still not possible. Which is abhorrent when you
And
look.
I'm very glad it isn't.
Nightmare. You're creating a legal nightmare.
That will be a problem. You're legalizing polygamy, and when you
I'm not.
legalize
Who's talking about polygamy?
Look.
What? So do I need to
what you're going
explain
to
the
be
difference between polyamory and polygamy?
Okay, so how are you going to make this
are
clear
we
by
that
law?
far behind in the times? Did I mention that I was polygamous?
Well, no. The problem is not you. The problem is that very traditional societies are going to use this, or traditional.
I just want to know where the word polygamy came from. I just want to know where the word polygamy came from.
It's going to be polygamous. People are going to use your laws because you.
What is going to be polygamous?
You might not suppress these women, but other people, if you legalize,
I'm asking a specific question.
They'll use the same law.
What does polygamy mean?
Okay, so that's a man with multiple wives.
Yeah, legal marriage.
How would you
exactly? Did I not describe my relationship
yes,
well enough?
Yes, you did.
Okay,
but how?
That's obviously not polygamy.
I think
are you
what
going
he's
to talk
trying to
over me?
say
Are
is
you going to
that
listen to my question?
if people accept your lifestyle, then one day it's going to be one guy
Jenny,
with 500 wives, and none of the other guys are going to have wives.
Why don't you stop your ADHD?
I think that's his logic, basically, is what it sounds like.
I think the logic is mostly jealousy.
So you want to hear my question or not? How are you going to make a legal distinction between polyandry and polygamy?
Polyandry? What's that?
Polyamory.
Polyamorousness. Sorry.
Yeah,
I misspoke.
So explain to me what polyamory means.
Attraction towards many partners.
No, I was just asking you a question. If you don't want to answer,
I was asking the person without an icon who doesn't seem to be knowing what he's talking about. So I'd love to hear his definition.
But why don't you answer a question if I don't know what I'm talking about? Then enlighten me.
Because you keep over talking me when I answer.
Well, you didn't answer my question.
Polyamory.
You asked another.
Okay, go ahead. Ask your question.
Again, for the third time. All right. So how is polyamory? How can you make a legal distinction between polyamory and polygamy?
How can you make a legal distinction between polyamory and polygamy?
The eternal bean counter.
Why? First of all, why would we need one?
Well, because
they're very specific.
Hold on. If both relationships are with mutual consent, then what's the problem?
Because you cannot. Here in the States, you cannot marry multiple partners.
I know. I'm just asking what the problem is. I know it's illegal. I know it's illegal. It's illegal here as well.
And in the Islamic community, you see this in the Mormon community and the Islamic community, where you see that women are abused. They don't have any power.
So
what also happens?
That's not what we're talking
out
about.
Of these community.
Yeah. No, if we're going to look at a rapist and his victim, then obviously marriage is wrong, right? That's your logic.
You're setting up a structure in which abuse is
much more likely. You're setting up a straw man.
No, I'm not.
No, you are.
I can give you all these Islamic countries where they have.
I just asked you a specific question, and then you go to Islamic countries. I don't see how that's even relevant to my question.
What you will have?
How's that relevant to my question?
These kinds of course, it's relevant because you leave the legal room open for these practices. That's what I'm saying.
Women who are abused in Islamic countries are being abused, are being abused, and they gave consent to being abused.
What
That's
the
what
fuck
you're
does
saying.
that have to do with polyamory?
I'm lost.
Look, well, I'll tell you this. So maybe you don't.
And you still haven't answered my question. Do these women
what was your question?
There's issues with monogamy as well. What about all those poor aging single people with nobody? Polygamy could take care of the excess people.
I'm still waiting for an answer to my question. Do these women in Islamic countries that are being abused, did they give consent to being abused?
Probably
yes
not,
or no? It's a yes or no.
Well, you know
question.
how marriage goes down, right? So initially,
a lot of those,
I don't know. I don't know about your idea of marriage.
They can marry another person.
I'm beginning to think that you think it's fine to abuse your wife. I don't think so.
Do you live in theocracy?
What this is way of arguing? I'm sorry. Why did you have to attack me?
Because I'm still waiting for you to answer my question.
Okay,
and you don't answer questions, but you're obviously upset when I don't answer questions, which I find funny.
I'm fucking drunk right now, and I'm trying to answer your question. Do you live in the United States?
No, I don't.
Okay, do you live in a theocracy?
No.
Okay, so do you live in the Middle East?
No,
but there are lots of Middle Eastern people living here. So
what's your name?
Legalize...
The guy without an icon.
My name is Conops.
Say again?
Conops.
Conops?
That's how I go. Well, that's my internet name. I involve myself.
Yeah, he loves me so much. He chose the nickname I was using on him.
It's nickname.
So
it's not a real name.
Conops, can you answer my question, or are you refusing to answer my question?
So yes, I'm not in the Middle East. So what's the problem when you say I told you? Because there's Islamic communities.
That's another question you don't answer. So you're not in the business of answering questions, but you demand that other people answer your questions.
I did
answer. Is that where we're going?
But why don't you ask?
Oh, he answered my question.
You did answer my question.
I did answer
about the question about consent.
Yeah, I did answer that. I said
that I must have missed that. Was that a yes or a no?
You must have missed that.
Was that a yes or a no?
You asked me about consent. So what's the problem if people give consent, right? So
no, that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question.
Okay,
so you can't even repeat my question back to me. But you answered it.
You
answered the question that you didn't hear.
Okay, why don't you just answer your question? You're getting very frustrating here. Why don't you just
No. I'm just curious about the answer, and obviously you're avoiding. So I'm beginning to think
why don't you
that all you want to do is troll and divert conversation every single time.
Well, that didn't take too long. Awesome. Fucking love this group.
Okay, ask the question again.
I said the women that are being abused in Islamic countries, as you state, do they give consent to being abused?
I don't know if they can.
I didn't hear the answer. Sorry.
No, they don't. But they also don't.
Exactly. So how is this relevant to a polyamorous relationship?
Because I don't think that women in Islam
are setting up structures. The fact that something is illegal, the fact that you can't beat your wife, doesn't mean it won't happen. And if you set up patriarchal structures, it will happen more.
Who's talking about patriarchal structures? I'm talking about polyamory. You obviously have no clue what that is.
For patriarchal structures in the law.
Can you explain in layman's words what polyamory is, please?
Attraction to minor.
No. I'm sorry, Wilson. Please don't tell him what it is. I want to hear it from him. That's why I ask a
question. Is more. Poly means more. Amorous means love.
Yes.
So multiple partners.
Yes.
So
can you give me in layman's terms what it means to be in a polyamorous relationship?
Well, you have a relationship with multiple people.
Just shut up.
I'm sorry, Wilson. Can you please let him answer and not answer for him, because that would be helpful.
Okay, so
try again.
You'll have a relationship with multiple people, right? You have two varieties of that, actually. Traditionally, the one is polygamy and the other one is polyandry. One is not very harmful. Polyandry is not very harmful, but polygamy is.
What's your definition of polyandry?
For the rights of women.
What's your definition of polyandry?
I just gave it to you.
No. I asked you the definition for polyamory, not polyandry. I asked you the definition for polyamory.
I gave
polyandry.
3 definitions already of 3 different concepts. The fact that you can't keep up.
You keep bringing up polyandry. I don't know what polyandry is.
That's multiple women.
Why not?
Or no, multiple men. Sorry. It's multiple men.
Go take a
Why not?
course.
Because I haven't heard of the word. I'm Dutch. English isn't my first language. So I'm asking you what polyandry is.
Ik kan ook heel makkelijk vertellen wat polyandrie is. Kom op.
Hang on it.
Ja, ga jij mij eens even vertellen wat polyandrie is? Daar ben ik heel nieuwsgierig naar. We kunnen het ook in het Nederlands doen, maar dan krijgt de rest niks van mij.
You can't keep up in English.
Hang on one second. I am tolerant to all nations, all peoples, but I will not tolerate being in a chat with a Dutch.
That's too bad.
No, but I just wanted to make a concept clear. So yes, polyamorous.
You still haven't answered my question. So can you please answer my question?
Our principles are not harmful. The problem is that you make it possible for people to set up traditional patterns of suppression. That's my issue, and I hope you understand that. Maybe other people do. Maybe I'm just talking.
I'm still at a loss at what principle isn't harmful.
No, I'm saying what principle isn't harmful. Well, a principle is harmful when it leaves open room for abuse. So I think,
like marriage, you mean?
In principle, might not
marriage.
be a problem, right? But
like
if
traditional marriage, that leaves
where
room for abuse.
Women are forced, then it's not a good thing, right?
Yeah, so like we're talking about traditional marriage, that leaves room for abuse. I agree.
Sometimes, yes.
So we should abolish traditional marriage.
No, not saying that.
Okay, so you think monogamy is really the same, has as much abuse? If you look at it statistically,
no, there's more abuse in monogamy than there is in any other situation.
Okay, yeah, really, polygamy, really?
Yes. There's more abuse in monogamy because for one, there are more monogamous relationships than there are
women than regular Americans.
Yes.
Why we're talking about polygamy? What is your fix with trying to muddy the waters and to pretend that you're arguing against a relationship that you don't even know fuck all about?
Okay, so what is my actual argument? Do you actually understand what I'm saying?
I don't know. You're all over the place.
The one moment you're talking about polygamy, then you're talking about polyandry, and you haven't yet addressed polyamory.
Well, I'm sorry,
curious.
but if you don't understand, I mean, I'm sorry, but I just
I don't understand, and this is why I asked you the question what polyandry is, and if you refuse to answer the question what polyandry is, then I wouldn't know what polyandry is.
I think what he's saying is that it sets up a precedent for situations like the Mormons to happen.
Yes, exactly.
He's setting a legal precedent.
He specifically
doesn't want to set a legal precedent because he doesn't think people are responsible enough to handle something like polygamy. Whereas I think
the big
it's good to acknowledge issues, but to fail to acknowledge the issues of monogamy is pretty irresponsible. It doesn't really help anything either.
The big difference with polyamory in Church of the Latter-day Saints is that consent isn't always an issue when it comes to their marriages. Yeah. So I'm still wondering whether or not he can make the distinction between relationships that have the full consent of all participants. And if that is the case, then how does that set up for abuse? because the moment that there is abuse, you can just walk away.
Well, sadly enough,
walk away. That's very easy. That's very easy for women to do. They walk away always.
Fine,
do you think that women are the only ones getting abused in a relationship? Are you that dense?
And guys, in a second, or you know what, while I have the chance, maybe we'll bring in the preacher. He's been wanting to get in. The preacher, we have been talking Bible studies. We have been actually opening up the first chapter of the fourth book of the Bible, Numbers. I hope you're doing well, along with all of our theological conversation. What is on your mind?
Hi. I'm actually I'm excited to join this conversation. I've been listening for a little bit, and my question to everybody here, and yes, there is, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. You have all those, and you have that old law, but at the same point, did Jesus not forgive the woman caught in adultery? And did he not say, "The judge not, that you be not judged"?
I'm already bored.
I mean, if he forgave her, and everybody's sitting here pointing fingers at the people that have more than one lover, then are you not judging them? And are you the judge? Because in reality, that's what Jesus said. Now, the Bible says that a bishop should be the husband of one wife. So obviously, if you want to hit that level, then you're the husband of one wife. But should you have any right to judge somebody for having multiple lovers? Because even Jesus did not judge the woman caught in adultery.
Don't think anyone actually is a Christian, and correct me if I'm wrong, other than you now.
I'm a volleyball.
Okay, so wait. So Skeptic Bible Study. Okay, I see. So nobody in here is actually...
Welcome.
Here, yeah, I'll turn mine on. Hi. Yeah.
How are you? And yes, I would say this tends to be kind of like a heathen Bible study. We're reading the Bible, but then we tend to be skeptics, though we do have a lot of theists. In fact, so with you, there's actually 3 theists, I think, on the panel right now.
Well, my thing is and with that too, I mean, most people, the people that tend to shy away from Christianity, the people that tend to hate, the quote unquote Christianity that you see as a whole is based on the hypocrites that represent it. And they do a horrible job, and hypocrisy is just not something I roll with at all. And that's why when I saw this, I'm like, okay, well, everybody's pointing fingers at the people that have multiple lovers, but is not everybody guilty?
Who on this panel claims to hate Christianity?
I'm not saying anybody does. I'm just generalizing.
I'm currently working on an altar, and I'm an atheist. So, guess where I stand.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Well, atheism in itself is a belief. You believe that God.
It's not. God. It's a rejection of a belief. It's a rejection.
Okay,
like a rejection of a claim.
This is not the Steve McRae channel, and I don't want to have this argument over again.
Hey, I'm with you.
All right, back to polygamy. It's not actually a Christian or a Judaic invention. It was a pagan invention.
Yeah. All right. He hasn't made that. He hasn't made that distinction yet.
This is a pagan concept.
He doesn't know that polygamy can also mean multiple guys.
Actually made monogamy possible.
But that's probably not part of his
how
fantasy.
can you make a legal distinction how can you make a legal distinction to what you want to what Claire wants, which is polygamy? How can you make a legal distinction between the two?
Claire wants polygamy.
This depends on what country he's living in.
Okay, so how are you going to arrange that legally?
I don't know.
How are you going to make a legal distinction? I just want to hear it.
A legal distinction for what?
It depends on what country you live in, because here in the States, polygamy is illegal.
I'm asking
a legal distinction.
Except for in Utah, dude.
I'm asking a legal distinction for what?
You cannot be legally married in the States and then get married again.
Between polygamy and polyamorous relationship.
Because being in a
I don't know.
polyamorous
If it's
relationship,
too difficult for you, it's too difficult for you, man. Like, I'm sorry.
No,
I think I'll just
I still think you do not have a clue. You can't make. I still think you can't make the distinction between polygamy and polyamory.
Yeah, polygamy is marriage.
You
Polyamorous
you
is
can't legally. That's the problem.
Yeah, you cannot be in a polygamous relationship here in the States.
If you want a relationship and you don't want to get married,
actually, I can be in a.
What I'm trying to say is,
actually, I can be in a polyamorous relationship, and that's completely legal.
Because you're not married.
Nothing illegal about a polyamorous
I'm not disagreeing with that. I just don't want to institutionalize it. That's what I said.
Neither do I. I don't give a shit.
And why not? And why not?
Well, why not?
What gives you the right to decide about how I want to live my life?
Room for it.
What special?
I agree with Einstein on this.
Do you have
life?
What special superpowers do you have that you can dictate me how I need to live my life?
I don't want you. Well, I can do that with a law and democratic vote.
I'm not asking how you can do it.
Hang on.
What kind of special superpowers do you have that gives you the right to decide how I should live my life?
Just like everybody else, a worried citizen, I don't want you to be married and to leave legal room for other people to abuse women.
What gives you the right to decide how I want to live?
Look, this guy, in his own mind, right, thinks about multiple people in his own life as, you know, even in his imagination, jerking off, whatever you do, you think about multiple different people. So who are you to judge this guy if he wants to have more than one lover?
Yeah, I don't want him to procreate.
So
neither do I. Like, I don't want to procreate.
Do you think we should get a law that
this is it. So you can't have an argument. So you start with the ad hominem.
No, I'm using your logic. Sorry that is coming across as a little bit cheeky, but I'm using your logic. So if you get to decide about my
logic,
then I should get to decide about your life, right? So I should get to decide whether or not
you can vote. You can try and vote. You can try and look for consensus, but clearly you're in the minority here. Because nowhere in any Western countries,
how is that even relevant? Whether or not I'm in the minority, how is that even relevant?
Well,
you're in the minority.
It is rather relevant.
Well, with this guy here, let me ask you a question, man. Not Einstein, the guy with the white bubble. Were you anti-institutionalizing same-sex marriage?
No.
No, not you. The other guy.
No, I'm in favor.
No, you weren't. So then why would you be?
I'm Peter.
Hi, Peter. I'm
the guy with the Einstein thing. That it's not Einstein actually.
I've got the blue angel.
Freddie the parrot, but
okay. Well, it's got Einstein's hair. I don't know. Looks like Einstein.
Well, I can switch to Einstein if you want to. I can also switch to my own.
Or just make your point.
But to this other guy, I mean, here's the thing, dude. You cannot whatsoever point your finger at other people and say you got to do it this way, because you yourself at that point become a hypocrite, because in your own mind you think about multiple lovers too.
Preach.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with sleeping with multiple women or having a relationship. I just don't want to.
But what about men with men or women with women? I mean, does it matter?
Yeah.
There's no problem with it.
So then why would you not want to institutionalize it? Why not let them have? Why not let them have a little bit of joy in this life? Why not?
Yeah, but you're giving some people joy and you're giving other people misery because you leave room.
Who are you giving misery? Who are you giving misery? If all people in the relationship are there willingly and consenting,
judge not. How would you know? You be not judged.
Because you can ask them.
How would you know?
Somebody sounds like
because
you'll ask a battered wife. You're asking a battered wife. All right, you want to be with this man. You know how many women are still with husbands that abuse her?
Is the only relationship you can have is by beating a woman?
No. Who the fuck is saying that?
What a crazy thing to ask.
Okay,
because
check
every
out what's
single time
happening
you
in the
come up, you
Muslim
can ask a
communities.
battered
Check
woman.
out what's
And when we're
happening.
talking about a
Check,
polyamorous
Jesus Christ,
relationship,
could
we're
you
not talking
finish me
about
for 1
battered
second?
women, you dumbass.
Okay, so
You have emotional
in the Muslim
turmoil in
community
any
in Europe,
relationship.
you've
It
seen
doesn't
this
matter what it
happen
is. It
a
could be a
lot.
man and a
What
woman.
the
It could be a man and a
hell?
man. It could be a
What is
woman and a
this with the
woman.
ad
It could be
hominem?
a
It's
man
like
and
the
two girls. It
weakest
doesn't
thing you
matter.
can
You're
think
going
of.
to have
You
emotional
can't
turmoil.
even you can't even have a proper
No one's
serious
no one is
argument.
throwing
The
ad
only thing you're
I'm
doing
hominems
is
at
beginning to
you.
ad
think that
We're
hominem.
you can't
asking
have.
What I'm saying is I
All
have
right,
some
guys.
opinions or some inclinations that I don't have. Okay, so let me just
I'm
be
thinking
clear
that you
about
can't
this.
have a
It's not
proper
about
relationship, and that's when you
I
come
have a
here,
proper
all you do
relationship.
is project because you can't have a decent
About
relationship.
what? So
You seem
I
to
never.
have
What?
the need for
Okay,
force, and
what the
you
fuck are you
all you
on
can talk
about,
about
man?
is
Okay,
abuse.
so
And that is why I
if
said
this is
people
your
like
best
you
defense,
shouldn't be
if
allowed
this
to
is your
be
best
in a
defense,
relationship.
I'm very disappointed.
I
Very
am
disappointed.
too.
Shocking.
So I didn't say. Okay, so I want to get my point across very clear. I did not say I have a
You had a
problem
point.
with people being in polyamorous relationship. All right, are you getting that now? I don't have a
Why not
problem.
make it legal though? Because
I
then you've
have a
got less
problem.
people in jail.
Yeah.
And the problem is when you legalize polyamorous relationships, you at the same time you're legalizing polygamous relationships. And that's what I
Okay.
Yeah.
have a
So
problem
so
with
Who
what?
because
cares?
it's
So
Who are you to
what?
judge?
so what
It
if women are beaten? So what if women are suppressed?
Now we're
So what
back
if
to
actually
women
in
are
these
Women are
being
communities,
beaten
beaten.
either
in
way.
these
It doesn't make a
communities,
difference.
How is it that in a polyamorous relationship, some of the people involved are being beaten? Where did you get that from?
That happens
look,
in normal
I don't care
relationships.
about your like the queer community. That's all fine, but the traditional
come on,
societies
dude.
are still beating women. Yeah, absolutely. And you leave legal
Yeah,
room for this kind of stuff.
Christians and Muslims
And
are
I
beating
hope you're
women.
happy about.
There's actually verses in the Bible and the Quran that justify the husband beating his wife.
Here's one thing that
And
hasn't really been
apparently
considered is
What's
that
the
if I
point?
could just
Well,
get
there's a
in here
legal
real
reason
quick,
to
is
marry
that if
Actually,
someone.
not
stuff
in the
is
Bible, though.
illegal, if I could just say something real quick, if stuff's illegal, like drugs or prostitution, it tends to be worse circumstances for the people who are not, who are in those
exactly.
industries without wanting to be. So if we take the same logic, then legalization kind of makes sense because that means that harder to get away with bad behavior.
Oh, should we
It's like
legalize child
veganism.
marriage then
Here,
as
look
well?
at you've got
Should we
veganism with
legalize
people that
child
eat meat.
marriage then as well with the same logic?
It's the same thing. It's just a
With the same
difference in the
logic. With the
individual.
same logic, abuses are going on. Maybe let's marry 9-year-olds.
Or you can use
Is
the
that
law to
really
say
the
children
argument you're gonna
can't
make?
consent
I want to
and make that
I want to
clear.
ask I want to ask the troll in the middle. So can children give consent?
No, they can't.
No,
They're not.
no, they
Exactly,
can't. But
and that
you're
is why we
saying,
don't
it
legalize.
is
And
better.
that is why we don't legalize marriage with children, because
You're
they can't
twisted,
give
Connor.
consent.
Your
Children, that's
argument
not
was,
that's not 2 or 3 or 4 consenting
if there's
adults.
abuse going on, then it's better to have it like all legalized because then
Is
at
this
least
Pete
you know
Mars?
that there's no abuse going on. It's
I
a
think
dumb
it
argument
might be. I
because
think
with
it
that
might be
kind of
P.
logic,
Mars.
you can legalize everything: murder, rape, torture, everything.
So
That's a weird
okay, so
argument.
the guy in the
Right,
middle
but
with
even
no
if
icon.
even if you legalize murder, okay, let's say you legalize murder, then all of a sudden
Yes.
you've got people that kill people, but now you're going to have the people on the other side of the family of the person that got killed, and they're going to be pissed and they're going to kill the guy that murdered their family member. So
Yeah,
you're
you're making my argument
at
for
the
me.
same
Thank you.
time,
Okay,
you're
so
still going
like
to have
Just a
preventative
question.
measures.
Just a
Is
question for the
this
guy
P.
in the middle.
Mars?
Are you in fact P. Mars? Because I think
Who the
you
fuck
are.
is that?
It's shocking.
Who the hell is that?
You.
Who's P.
Yeah.
Mars? P. Mars?
I think it's you.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. You sound
You
a
sound an
lot
awful
like
lot
him,
like P. Mars.
and you talk like him.
Who's P. Mars? Who's P. Mars?
I've never heard of him.
No, never heard of him. Anyway, I don't think it's particularly important.
I'm
It's a
surprised you have not
derailment.
spammed the chat with like
The
Do you have
problem
a
is-
camera? Do you have a camera?
What you
Can
guys,
you turn on
what
your
you
camera?
guys said.
I'm curious. Can
No,
you show your
I don't want
face?
to turn off my camera. Nah. Why would I?
Because you're P. Mars.
What the fuck? Why don't we just continue to the argument? I don't know why you're afraid of having the argument.
Because you sound like P. Mars.
Because you're obviously trolling. You think that everything outside of the standard marriage is going to be abusive.
Oh, shit.
And you're obviously a troll.
And Amy, I'm going to apologize right now. He's probably going to start dropping out a lot of N-words.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
It might be time to.
Why are you saying that I will drop something just because I don't want to legalize polygamy? Would it mean that I'm a racist, or even that I'm against the LGBT community?
I don't know how
you're fixated with abuse.
That I want to,
and you're obviously a troll. Your speech patterns and your voice sound like P. Mars.
Amy, who is this P. Mars?
P. Mars is.
Do you know Claire? Do you know Jenny?
I can tell you. I'm going back and forth. Because P. Mars wasn't Dutch, is he? P. Mars is the one of the only people banned from the channel because he rage quit after he tried to. Yeah, I don't think he is, because he's not. I don't think P. Mars is Dutch, is he? But he rage quit after trying to defend slavery for Christianity, and then he was angry, so he went into chat and said a bunch of TOS breaking stuff.
But the guy in the center isn't Dutch.
Oh, who? I thought...
I am Dutch, actually.
You are Dutch.
But Amy, let me ask you something. Like
from where in Holland are you?
I'm not giving you a response. Do you want me to dox myself? It's not important.
No. I'm from Buurse, close to Enschede, so I have no problem with saying my name.
Well, good for you. Well, I'm from Amsterdam. Okay, so whatever. I mean,
can you speak a bit Dutch so I can check whether or not you're from Amsterdam? Because I'm pretty sure I could hear whether or not that. Because I don't think you are.
Oké, ik ben zeker Nederlands. Ik kan heel goed Nederlands praten. Geen probleem. All right.
Got your ass,
Are we done
Sonny?
with this now?
I got your ass.
Are we done with this now? I think it's a bit strange.
I wonder if we're done with the whole thing, with the whole argument about abuse, because we're not talking about abusive relationships, and you still, every single time, bring it back to abuse.
Every relationship is abusive as fuck.
Yes.
What the fuck? Okay. Every one of them.
If the only thing you can do is talk over me and not let me talk, and just
says the guy who's talking over everyone.
That's the best thing you have.
Says the guy who's talking over everyone. All right, I love it.
Hey, thank you for having me on, Amy, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm Perry. I'm probably the most hated preacher in the world.
Oh, no, Perry, you're not.
Well, you're loved here.
Where can we find you? Because you at least you sound like a decent guy to talk to. So would be a lot of fun.
We just hit 331 subs after 2 years. It's hard. It's hard, and it's because of it's because of what I preach. I preach the truth. So I'm Perry Green, Perry, Green with an E at the end, Greene, and the preacher. If to find me on YouTube, you got to search Perry Green, the preacher.
Put a link to your channel in the chat. Put a link to your channel. Put a link to your channel in the private chat.
In private chat, yeah.
You'll gain a sub if you do.
Here, I got a bet for everybody in here, and I'm really curious to see if any of you would be willing to take the bet. So
what's the bet?
I have a Bible study. All right, I know the atheist. I want the atheist. So I have a Bible study, and this Bible study. This is what I'm going to put the link to. Let me get it. I'm going to put it in the private chat. Right, chill. So I have a Bible study. It's an hour and 48 minutes. If you can finish it and pay attention, do the whole thing, you won't be an atheist anymore. I promise.
I'm in. When's this?
Whenever you want, man. It's there.
But I mean, I'd be willing to have a conversation with you.
I would love to. I'd be honored.
That is the link that I think that is YouTube Studio.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's YouTube Studio.
I gotta link it to the video. Hang on.
That doesn't work.
Or just your channel.
Here it is. This is the video. It's called Never Sin Again. I teach people how to never sin again.
Let's set a date and time right now.
I was going to say we could actually do it live and we can watch the whole thing if you'd like my co-host and I to just watch it with you the whole thing through.
Are you in? I'll do it.
Absolutely.
Set a date and time, and I'd be glad, but I'm letting you know now, this is not for the week.
That sounds good. I mean,
I'm still in.
I will say, in fairness, the more I read the Bible, the more I become an atheist.
Yeah,
that's because you got everybody telling you what you can and can't do, and then you see those same fucking idiots doing the shit that they told you can and can't do.
Okay,
the Bible's not about that.
See, but it's about the God.
This is not meant to be insulting. Hold on. This is not meant to be insulting, but I'm going to be cheeky.
Guys,
so we go on your channel, and then you tell me.
You're following the Bible much more than I do, Mr. Polyamorous.
But I just want to say, the more I learn about Yahweh, the more he seems evil.
No.
And so...
No, I promise. On everything I love, if you heard it the right way, if you hear it the right way, it's all love. It's all love. And what you're seeing...
That's the issue.
Every human being that goes to a building that calls itself a church, they're not. They're fake as fuck. They're all hypocrites.
Preacher.
What? Yeah.
Day and time.
Whatever's good for you.
I'll come on your channel.
We'll do it here. She just said. I'm in.
And you're welcome to come on with us, Peter. We can do 4. We'll have a foursome.
We can stream on all Amy. We can stream on all channels. I can produce it, and we can stream it on all the channels. I have no problem with that.
I'm in. No, I'm absolutely in. And it's people have a misconception. They think that the people that claim to be Christians are actually Christians. They're really not. They're people that point their finger at other people and say, "Oh, you do this, and you do this, and you do this, and you can't be saved," and blah blah blah. That's all bullshit. It's the real.
Didn't Jesus preach?
I want to have that conversation. Amy, when are we going to do this? We'll do it on your channel.
I'm excited. That's actually cool. I'm glad. Good deal. Mm-hmm. This is a good conversation too, because at the end of the day, the whole polyamorous thing. Why not institutionalize it? Why not make it legal? Because at the end of the day, the people that are judging the other people, they're guilty of the same shit, right? And then now having things be illegal, there's certain things that are just not expedient, right? Killing somebody's not expedient. Fucking hurting a child is not expedient. It's not going. There should be laws in place, man's laws in place to prevent things like that because of the harm that it could happen to other people. But something that you have abuse in every single relationship. I have not ever in my life met a couple that does not fight. It just doesn't exist. And if it does, then it does, and they probably sleep in separate rooms.
To go to Europe and look at the women's
we have to make the distinction that a couple that fights doesn't mean that one of the two is being abused.
And you'll see a certain demographic there.
I just don't. The polyamorous thing. I don't think that should matter. Honestly, even raising children around multiple people. Not that I do. I'm a husband. I have a wife. I have 6 kids. I have 6 children that live with me, and I don't. I wouldn't say that having more people to help raise the children would hurt them. I don't think it would. I think it would help them. I think the arguments and the fighting and the jealousy and the shit that stems from it would have an adverse effect. But if people could get over the jealousy and the arguments and the bullshit, I actually don't think it would be a bad thing.
Have you ever checked all these polyamorous communities that were raising children in the 60s? How much abuse was going on there? Come on.
Right, but that's because you still have those people judging those people. You have people in those circles.
Pointing
their finger at other people.
How many of those relationships weren't abusive? Do you got numbers for me?
The answer is none, and that's going to be the same answer that you have between a man and a woman. there's always some form of abuse, some way, shape, or form or another.
It's going to be exactly the same. Exactly the same percentage.
It's not going to make a difference.
All right.
And that's
Show me some.
It's going to be exactly
show me some statistics. Hey, show me some statistics.
I'll show you some statistics. I'll show you some statistics. For example, in the Netherlands now at the moment, the majority of the women who are in women's shelters, what background?
That is you telling me. I said, show me statistics. I said,
Jason,
show
just
me.
listen to my instincts.
The majority of the women
I know where we're going.
Are of Islamic backgrounds.
So let me try this again. Show me your statistics. Don't tell me what you think you've heard and you think that you know, because I don't trust what you think you know. Show me
just
the numbers.
If you
welcome,
have Dutch statistics and you are Dutch yourself, the majority of the women are from Islamic backgrounds.
You are making a claim, so
you
are making a claim, so back it up with evidence.
So
what I'm asking is, you back it up with evidence.
Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet?
I want you to back your claim up with evidence.
How much do you want to bet?
How hard is that?
How much do you want to bet? Let's make a bet.
I'm not going to bet because I can just dismiss your claim if you don't have evidence to back it up.
That I'm right about this.
Why do you guys hate each other so much?
I
don't know.
I think he's a troll, and apparently he doesn't have the evidence.
Hey, look, guys, please, could you stop both? Look, you sound like you're married. You sound like you're partners. You do actually sound like you're partners. Could you please have a spleef? Hey, stop arguing with each other.
Someone get the fucker off my screen, please. Simus,
he got so upset by the fact that I said
long time no see.
Everybody's upset because you keep talking bollocks.
Simus, he does have a point. When people fight, they forget things. You forgot.
Honestly, you sound like your partners. Are you having an abusive relationship with each other?
You forgot on your own show the entire grid.
Yeah, I did. I forgot to do that. There was a reason. But never mind.
You make me work so hard to get these nice graphics, and then you won't show.
I know, but that's because something happened. We get off track. We get off track. Anyway, let's not.
And we have about 15-20 minutes, and then I think we are heading to outros.
Okay, Amy, we need to do this. We need to set up a date with the preacher. I want to set up.
Can you do it after the show, though, please, Peter? There's no need to do it live, is there?
Yeah, because if we're doing it live, the people in the side chat will know and they will be there.
Okay.
We will figure it out. But unfortunately, James has actually got called away to work.
Ah, damn it. Anyway, I just had a question as well, which is for the preacher.
Yes.
If you guys don't mind, I think you've been around polyamories enough times, and
did you say polyamories?
I did. Yes, I did. I got one thing on my mind.
Polyamories.
See if you can guess what it is.
I'm polyamorous, and Simon's is polymamorous.
That is true. That is true. The more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, preacher. So you're saying every relationship is abusive? Does that
No.
That wasn't finished.
That wasn't him.
He just said yes. He just said yes.
No, that wasn't him.
That wasn't
him.
That
was me. Yeah, every relationship is abusive.
I wouldn't say it's abusive. There is
one way,
I wasn't asking you,
or another.
The question wasn't to you.
Jesus, let the fucking
I see where this is going, and please,
everyone argue.
Please, just give me a fucking chance, please, Peter. Okay, so look, thank you very much.
On my helmet.
So, preacher, you said every relationship is abusive. Does that include your relationship with Jesus?
No.
Why not? Why is Jesus? Why are you not just special beings?
Because he forgives for everything and never judges.
Right, and you can never meet another human being that can't forgive their partner.
Well, everybody forgives. Just because it's abusive doesn't mean it's not unforgiving.
Okay, but you just quoted that as one of the reasons why a relationship with Jesus isn't abusive.
The relationship with Jesus, he forgives all and doesn't judge. in a relationship, you have your moments where, and even, I mean, not with Jesus. Nope.
No.
Plus,
So
you gotta think
special pleading to me.
that's a relationship with something you can't see. So I have a relationship with someone I can't see, can't hear. The only way I hear from him is by reading his word. I see my wife every single day. I got to put up with her shit just like she puts up with my shit, and we're at each other's throats sometimes. It happens. It just is what it is. But I'm still happily married. I forgive her and I don't judge her. She forgives me. She doesn't judge me. And just because we're happily married and don't judge and give up for everything doesn't mean that it's still not abusive at times.
Sure. You do judge, obviously, because you're judging Peter and his relationship.
Not at all.
And other people. Well, you're judging everybody else.
I haven't judged anybody.
No, well, yes, you have. No, hang on. I'll be right back. I'll be right back to you, Peter. Yeah, you are. You're judging everybody because you said everybody cannot have a relationship.
Every relationship is abusive.
Which is okay. So you're judging other people's relationships.
No, Simon, you're getting this wrong. That wasn't him.
No, okay, mate. I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
Every relationship has its abusive tendencies. Yes.
He said we should legalize polyamory.
Divorce lawyers wouldn't make so much money.
Simon, he said we should legalize same-sex marriages. He said we should legalize polyamory.
He also said the Bible is full of love, and if you read it the right way. And do you know how many times I've heard that? Do you know how many times I've heard that?
It's all
love, right? And your own words are saying. So you're saying abuse is love.
No, what I'm saying is that it's about learning to forgive. And I'm going to go back to my original statement when I came on here and say, when everybody's arguing about polyamorous relationships, did Jesus not forgive the woman caught in adultery? He absolutely did. She was caught in the act, and he protected her from getting stoned to death.
I don't think he actually forgave her, though.
He did.
Right. Did he? Did he say, I forgive you? Or did he say, let he, or did he say, or did he say, let he who has not sinned cast the first stone?
Right. But that started off with it's John chapter 8, verse 11. He said, she said, no man, Lord. And Jesus said unto her, neither do I condemn thee. Go and sin no more. So he didn't condemn her.
So he didn't actually forgive her. Didn't say you are sin-free. He said, I'm not going to condemn you.
Not condemning. That's forgiveness.
Okay.
Just throwing it out there that maybe we should let the owner of the channel maybe close the show out.
Hey, I mean, they were actually on topic. We're back on theology. But
I do my best, Amy. I do.
Though I think we are going to probably move it into outros. But I will say, Preacher, you should come on. We do 2 or 3 shows a week, and we do a lot of them Skeptic Bible Studies.
I want to have that one-on-one with the
You're
preacher.
At 643 now. Now you're at 644.
And if we can do that here, I'm fine with that. If we can do that on his channel, I'm fine with that. We can do it on my channel. We met here, so I think Amy can call dibs.
We can't help ourselves, Preacher, because it goes with the skeptics. We hear from you're the rare. Normally, we have like someone like Catholic traditionalists who will throw, like, in my opinion, a Molotov cocktail like into the chat.
That's what they do. They tell you got to do this, and this, and then they don't.
Well, then they run. They'll be like, do this, watch this, or hey, atheist, how do you explain this? And then we try and get him to like defend it, but he is nowhere to be seen.
What I show you will break your mind in half.
Oh my God! Do you know how many times I've heard that? Oh, by the way, those guys aren't Christians. Just let me say that.
Who?
I don't know. Whomever
he's joking. We weren't atheists. We let you guys figure that out.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, anybody who says they're a Christian is probably a Christian.
Now, that's not true. Hang on.
Yeah, I know you think that. All right, but then you're not. But then you're not a Christian. So there you go.
I am the real deal. Yeah.
Now, question for Simos.
Hello, Richard.
Is this the same Simos that knows Spackle?
Yeah.
Do you not think a conversation between Amy and Spackle would be great?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Speckle's great to talk to. Amy's great to talk to. What could possibly go wrong? Is that Richard, by the way? I'm not sure if that is Richard now.
Let me throw a wrench in there. It would be if Spackle wouldn't be shouting the Nazi salute in order to get the channel flagged. That would help.
Yeah,
that was the last time I saw Spackle on the channel.
Right, I have no idea. I have no idea what you're fucking talking about there. But
I'll tell you, Simus, is what it was on one of our friends' channels.
Okay. I think you may be confusing Speckle with P. Mars
No,
for a moment there.
No.
That's
I watched
a bit of a joke there.
No, I watched the entire interaction. It wasn't a joke.
Okay.
You talking about Veckel?
Nope.
So who was the interaction with? Go on, just say it.
Midnight.
Okay.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So
Midnight.
that's a joke, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Right. Peter, I don't know. Yeah. Whatever.
I kind of get what you're saying, but yeah, fuck Midnight. He's a fucking obese albino fucking potato.
Fuck knows.
I still call him a friend, but
Hitler's not that bad a guy.
Yeah, well, depends. If your grandfather was a camp survivor, you might have different opinions on doing shit like that.
And all right, guys, it's been fun, but I think we're gonna bring in the mimes.
Bring in the mimes.
And Simos,
hey.
You were just the one to join us, which means you're going to be the first one to start us off. We have been Skeptic Bible studying. We put Leviticus back on the shelf, and we have just opened Numbers, along with a whole bunch of theological and I don't know if I should call it political. We'll call it philosophical fun. Where can people find you, Simos, and what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, okay, no worries. Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to go some way to reinterpret the Bible as being only love. I think that's a stretch. That's the claim that I heard today, and I have heard it before many times from different people, and most of them have this idea that you can't be a Christian unless you interpret it their way, and I've yet to see that. I'll look forward to a conversation between Pastor and Peter on that very topic, hopefully. And yeah, that's about it, really. I mean, I've got little else to say because I haven't been here long enough. So, yeah, the consensus for me is Yahweh is a war god, and therefore I would expect war passages in the Bible. At least that's where he's derived from. So, again, it's yeah, maybe you could say that particular, but well, even you can't. I don't even think you can say the New Testament is without its conflict. So there you go, and I'll leave it there because there we go. Thank you very much for having me on, as always.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Simos. And all right, we're moving right down the list. The preacher, you just joined us today. We have been Skeptic Bible studying. We actually opened up Numbers for the first time today. I hope you had a good time along with all the theological and philosophical fun. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
You can find me under Perry Green, PerryGreene, The Preacher, and just put that in the search bar on YouTube. You'll see the little blue angel. My thoughts are, I know everybody does hear it. He just mentioned it, that the Bible is all love, but then the problem that you have with people is that you don't actually see the love. And so what I show people, I guess, because it's just based on what the Bible says, there's no interpreting the Bible. It just says what it says, and it means exactly what it says. And when it's put together properly, and when someone preaches it faithfully, then you see that love. That love is what I bring to the table. I thoroughly enjoyed this. Would love to set up a time to come back on. And I mean, no matter what it is, I put the link in the private chat. I'll probably drop it on the comments as well. And again, thank you for having me on. I did very much so enjoy this. This was good. And other than that, I mean, enjoy your day, week, whatever it is, until the next time we talk.
Stick around. I put the link to your channel in the public chat so people can go there and check you out.
Yeah, no, it is what it is. It's not for the weak though. If you're serious and you really want the truth, then you got to stick it out. It's not for the weak.
I do want that, so stick around until we're off air.
Done.
Well, I mean, I subbed for a reason. Like I'd like to have a conversation, but it's
just hit me up in the comments, man. I'm all day, every day. It's 24/7. We never stop.
Well, I think you're going to have a lot of fun on here. We are.
I have two girlfriends, but I can't manage that. Sorry.
I'll stick around. I will stick around to talk to whoever.
I have to sleep eventually.
Thank you so very much, Preacher.
Yes.
And
no, thank you.
All right.
Enjoy your day.
Moving along. Peter, we have been Skeptic Bible Studying. We opened up the fourth book of the Bible. We opened up Numbers today, along with some theological and philosophical debate. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
First of all, a tiny bit of criticism. You're a stand-up comedian. You just left one lying. You should have said, we've been Skeptic Bible Studying, and then you came in and you started ranting. See, that's how you do comedy. No, so people can find me, as it says on the helmet, and no, Simon's not that helmet, the one that I'm wearing on screen. It says "Gonna Go For It." That's where people can find me. Just type in "Gonna Go For It" on YouTube or youtube.com/Gonna Go For It. Thank you for whoever put the link in there. That's where people can find me. And this Friday, you can also find me on Ross' channel. He'll be doing another Matter of Fact Science episode. I have no clue who the guest is yet. I just got the request, can you produce the show? So that's going to happen this Friday. And if I'm correct, that's going to be 8 p.m. Central. So you might want to tune in for that one. A week from Saturday, we're going to have a Christian back on who has been on our channel twice already. Very nice guy. He's from Australia, and he's going to come back with his topic of choice, which is a topic he can only tell us the moment we're live. So that's going to be a show with Robert and me, and our guest from Australia, who always makes for good conversation. So I'd love for people to come and join us for that one. And when I'm turned loose, I turn up on Amy's channel. And if you haven't subscribed to Amy's channel, you should.
Thank you so very much, Peter.
You're welcome. Oh, thanks, Randolph, for putting in the link.
And I'm actually going to shout out one more shout out while I got Peter up here. He actually produces the lovely Quranic studies that you should all go check out on Aaron Ross' channel.
Yeah, Quran lessons and Matter of Fact Science. Those are the two shows that I produce for Aaron, and both are awesome. I mean, I've met several ex-Muslims. You've met Mubarak. Mubarak is one of the regular panel members. There are a few others. One of them is a guy called Sohel, who did not a debate, because we don't do debates. He had a conversation with Finding Truth on my channel, and he just emailed me. He wants to do another one on a different topic, so we're going to set that up as well. So it's all fun.
Woohoo! Sounds like fun. Thank you so very much, Peter. And all right, we're moving right along. Jen, we have been having a Skeptic Bible Study talking about the first chapter of the fourth book of the Bible, Numbers, along with some theological and philosophical debate. Hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, as always, thank you so much for holding this amazingly tolerant and positive space. Also, thanks to James C. in the audience. He had to go off to work, but appreciate him, as well as all the mods and commenters in the chat and the new people and the ones I've already met who were on the show tonight. It's been very interesting to hear everybody's opinions. And look forward to the next one. As far as me, my channel is Church of Entropy. Just got to 1K subs, so thank you so much for all the support and the love. I really appreciate it, especially when we can have fun, productive convos and not necessarily have the exact same ideology. It just gives me so much hope. So I'd like to be transitioning the channel slightly. Like, I'm still going to keep doing what I'm doing right now, but I want to really push it more towards basically any aspect of debate. So to get better at debate, just to talk about debates, like we've done a few streams so far, Duvid and I, have debate prep. I like to take that even further, just really with whatever people want to talk about, pretty much just come on and maybe sort of explore a little bit the philosophy of debate. And if you're doing it already, maybe how to get better and meet other people who, and also hang out with people you already know who are interested in this type of thing. So thanks a lot for being so welcoming, and look forward to the next time. I'm going to hop off right now because I'm super hungry. I did not think this would go this long, but we'll talk to you soon.
Care, absolutely. Yeah, the past few streams have been they've been longer, but the content has been awesome. And thank you so very much, Jen, and feel free to check out her website at Church of Entropy, and I believe this is actually the short link down there. She just got her 1,000, which means she's monetized. Woohoo! And all right, with that, we only have one more person. I'm sorry, Wilson. We have been Skeptic Bible Studying, reading the first chapter of the 4th book of the Bible, along with some theological and philosophical debate. I hope you had a good time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Oh, you can find me at my Bizarro website of a Bizarro channel of a Bloody Breakdown, where we discuss horror movies.
Ooh, that sounds kind of awesome. And all right, and so what are your final thoughts for the night?
It was a fairly nice conversation. Got kind of muddied sometimes, but for the most part, it was fairly pleasant.
Woohoo! Well, thank you so very much. And I would say, not big into horror, but I'm getting more into it. Do you know what SCP is?
Yes.
I'm a big SCP fan, if that...
I love the whole SCP lore.
There's just something you kind of go crazy. I talk with so many theists, and God is just this one thing. Let me tell you, you take a stroll down the SCP files for a little bit, you start to question reality in ways that you never thought possible before.
Because that's a whole community writing that shit.
That's true. They make awesome shit.
Have you played the SCP game?
Yes, I have.
With the blink mechanic.
It gives you PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is such a weird thing. Even though with the crappy graphics and all, you still are... The other dangerous thing about it is you really don't know what will kill you. If you're not sitting there in like the Wikipedia, you're like, ooh, look at this SCP. I wonder if this is going to be an item upgrade, or is this going to eat my face from the inside out?
Oh, I just found a teddy bear. All of a sudden I grow a bunch of ears.
Yay. Yes. And there's just such little great things, like the teddy bear that you see, and then you turn around, and then it draws you a picture and hands it to you, and then it disappears. Oh, just such great things. Everyone should check out the SCP community, and it's craziness. And okay, thank you so very much. I'm sorry, Wilson. And all right, I want to thank. Oh, I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic Bible Study, a census for war, where God commanded Moses to take a census of the men who are able-bodied to go to war. I want to thank my co-host James W. with our guests Claire, Conops, I'm Sorry Wilson, Jen, Peter, The Preacher, and Simos Funk, along with all our viewers and the lovely people in chat and our awesome mods who make this stream so great. Don't forget, if you're feeling fancy, to like, follow, and subscribe, and hit that all button icon so you can see our premieres or join our live streams. And finally, if you'd like to see us make even more fun content, feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.